And hello everybody, how are you doing? Happy Thursday! Happy Thursday! Guess who managed to mess up his own Discord announcement and to have the wrong online message? Yep, that's me. Oh my god. Such an embarrassment sometimes. At least I didn't tag people in the wrong Discord this time. Definitely never happened to me before. Yeah, I kept the last dedicated Timberborn stream message in Discord instead of having the proper one for today. So then I had to go back and fix every Discord announcement, and there's a number of channels where you have to make announcements by hand. I wish they would allow you to automate that, you know, in a sensible way. But I don't know, at least a TOS compliant way. It would probably be possible to do a bot to do that. But TOS says no bot unless it's on your channel, right? At least last time I checked. Maybe I need to check again sometime. So yeah, you end up having to go to the correct channel in all the Discords where you can make advertisement for your channel and by hand do the announcements, which takes a long time, and just copy pasting stuff. It's not the most useful use of your time to copy paste a message in a bunch of channels that are always the same, you know? So I wish they would allow you to do that another way. I guess the best model would probably to have some kind of subscription model where you can say, oh, I'd like messages from this announcement channel on this server to be replicated on this other server, and I know that like the destination server can ask announcements to be duplicated, but it can't be done the other way, and to do announcements like that, you need to do it the other way for it to make any kind of sense. Which obviously requires the destination server to be able to disallow it or break the connection if somebody's abusing it or something like that. But like you could easily have a connection like that between servers, and that would be a very useful feature. I hope someday they do that. But for now, I'm stuck by hand announcement. Yes, so Timberborn today. We're going to play with beavers today again. Yay! We're playing with beavers again. I should go back to... let's see... something like that. Music of the game, we can do this. Hopefully I don't mess up transitions and scenes and stuff like that. Today I rejigged my setup to have better statistics, so that hopefully if we have another instance of the stream dropping like happened the other day, then I can react to it faster, you know? And so I may have more information about what's happening to my stream, and also I should be able to see better chat, because I was struggling because like when there's ads going on and stuff like that, there's so much stuff on the screen for the ads that you have very little space in the column left for the chat window. Hey Flamethrower, how are you doing? Happy Thursday. How's it going for you today? Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, I rejig my stuff and hopefully I don't mess up too badly with it today. It's always a risk, right? You change your habits, you're used to clicking on this part of the screen to do that. You do it almost automatically. That's how I end up sometimes with the webcam on when I'm playing Timberborn or something like that, because I'm got used to the blueprints controls, which can be a mess. But yeah, it's just being used to clicking without thinking on one part of the screen, and then you change your habits and everything is messed up again. You're good. Great. Wait. So yeah, Timberborn again. If I remember well, we were having issues with wood last time. We had a drought approaching, which is going to be a struggle on power because we're barely recovering from a wood shortage. A food shortage, yes, Alastair. And I think we planted a bunch of trees, like over here, for example. But they're like 15 days away from growing still. So... And also here, I think we added a bunch of trees too. And yeah, this is almost 20 days away from growing fully. So we might struggle with wood during this drought. I managed to catch up a little bit by increasing the amount of chopping up here and basically in all areas where we had trees, but I'm considering whether we should maybe just set up something here, right? Yeah, I think we should. I think we're going to need to set up something here. So, let's do that real quick. We'll have, like, I don't know, something like this. This is gonna be a bit costly in terms of wood. But we have somewhat recovered. And then we are going to set up a forester here. How are we doing in terms of employees? We have personnel available. So we are not struggling too much on that. That's a good thing for us. Maybe like this, actually? Yeah, let's go like this. And then we can... see here. Remove these two trees. Oh, hey, Guppy, how are you doing? Welcome in, hydrating the streamer right away. Oh no, Huppy's drowning the streamer once again. Time to drink all that water. Hey, there's a drought approaching, what do you mean? Time to drink all that water? We can't afford to drink all the water. We won't have any left. Whatever will we do when we have no water left? Our poor parched bodies. Okay, maybe I can have a forester here. A small industrial pile here. Which is going to store wood, of course. Your priority. You should be priority as well. And then we set up a woodcutting area. Like this whole thing. And this is birch. Who's birch? Birch is a 7-day crop, so that's not bad for us. We are going to tell them to reforest this whole thing with birch if given the opportunity, basically. This is a huge birch field. And like we can transition it to spruce later. But let's keep it to birch right now. Rehydration is important before a drought. That's not entirely wrong, although you shouldn't overhydrate. How is your Thursday, Guppy? Alright, so this is happening. Good. I'm almost thinking... I'm almost tempted to bring a tube ray over here. Like across like this. But maybe not now. First, let's have them cutting trees, right? Oh, and we're planting trees over here too. So we are reforesting this area as well. So yeah, the idea here is we need to survive the next drought. So this is going to bring us an influx of wood. A short-term influx of wood. Not a huge one, but it will help. And all these new wood farming areas are going to bring us a long-term influx of wood, which will be very helpful. And I think we need to store a lot more wood as well. So let's have like 6 industrial piles or something. And they're all going to store wood right next to the engines, which are going to be the main power source during droughts, so that we have enough wood stored, you know, so that during droughts, in theory, we should be fine. That's the goal here. Okay, and then we are going to want... let's see... that's going to be a bit tricky, isn't it? How am I going to manage that? So essentially we're going to want an access path on each level, first of all. And so here we could have like stairs that go up here. That would work. I am concerned because we can't have stairs like we can have stairs up here next time. So how do I do that? I suppose if I go one further, I could say, okay, this is my access point to each level. This is going to have to go one further. That's fine. And so here I go by floor, by 2 floors. Yes. That's a large structure, larger than it needs to be, but that's... And so this can go here and here, this can go here and here. And then I can have a path. So here you can see the path. If I want to go all the way from the top, I come here, I go here, I go around, I come here, I go around, I come here, I go around, I come here, I go around, I come... And then I reach all the way to the top. Cannot shoot them directly to their apartment. Well, we do have sometimes stations like up high. For example, we've put a station, a subway station right here, you know, so that we have a good access path to the top here. Where do we have other ones? Yeah, we have started to put some on top of buildings, like we have one right here. So same on top of the column. We had a lot of wood stored here, but that's obviously not enough. Here we need to start more engines. I might be able to get away with like 3600 thanks to storage. How's the storage doing? Storage is doing fine. We're going to need to see how we fare through the night. Why is this? This building isn't connected to any district. Yeah, that's gonna come. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Yeah, so we have like most of the wood is gonna be stored in this area. And that's exactly what we want. We need to connect this building. That's why we removed these 2 trees here. And why are you not high priority building? No real reason, really. Just taking a bit of time. Okay. That's fine. It's not the most important right now, anyway. Like, this forester lumberjack is more important. Because at least he can start cutting trees relatively fast. And here we have the beaver come. Okay, so we're not doing too bad here, I think. And we had started working on diversifying the food system, didn't we? So we have 2 oil presses here, we have a two-way station, we have a food factory that's doing eggplant. Here we have canola oil. Yes, yes. What else do we have? This is a grease factory. It seems to me that canola oil is doing okay. Canola seeds might be fine, we'll need to see about that. Grease seems to be fine. The extract is a bit concerningly low. What do we use extract for again? I don't remember if we use it in food processing or something like that. Let's see, do we have extract being used here? It doesn't look like it. Okay, so that's relatively fine. All the food sources seem to be good. So that part is great. That part is great. We have a lot of food for everybody. We have seemingly enough trees. We might want to store more. I think we're okay. Canola oil is a bit low, but I think we increased the production of canola recently, didn't we? Is the canola being planted? Where would that be? That soybean? Oh yeah, we added the whole field of canola. So we are going to have to see what happens, but I think we should be okay on canola. I think we're in the recovery process. Then we have the underground projects, right? We had built here an underground station to bring the workers to these tunnels. It seems to me that we might need to add some path. So we have this whole project over here. That's a very large excavation that's going to take a long time. Not because of the number of blocks of the excavation, but because of the fact that it's not very wide. And here we have a slightly higher level one. That's also going under here. And basically going along this water shaft thing. And over here we have this project going on. So the bottom part is dug. I think most of the top part is actually dug. The whole tunnel is dug, basically. What needs to happen here is rejigging installations around here. Actually, this is built, which means we should be able to remove this and rework this part a little bit. Let's do that. I think we remove this whole column here. And probably this, and we put a bridge in place, and then we go bring tube rays, replace that. A bit too long. Just like that. And then we can have tube rays on top of the platform. Right, and so we bring this down, this goes to the station. And this is connected to the tube rails down here. That's perfect. So they'll rebuild this. And that means that we can build a wall here that's going to be the wall to the new tunnel. Because you see here, that's the new tunnel stuff, right? And so we're going to need to encroach over here. That's also excavations for the new tunnel. Which actually means we probably need platforms right here. And dirt above it. Yeah, I think so. I think dirt above this would be nice. We could have dirt above this, I think. Or we could just keep this and have impermeable floor because we need it to go under this as well. Essentially, we need this whole thing to be impermeable floor. I think. And then that means we can afford to dig underneath. Okay, okay. And so if we take a look inside, so if we want to extend the higher levels of this, oh, actually no, this one cannot be impermeable floor, I guess. Well, it could. It doesn't really have an imperative not to be impermeable floor, because there's never going to be water that high. What I can do here is go tunnel that. And then higher, that's done, right? So above this is gonna be the ceiling of the whole project. I have the water containment built here, so that means I can start demolishing that. I have sluices here that are forced closed, yeah. Yeah, so we can start demolishing that. And opening the water down there. Of course, that means they're trapping themselves. Oh no, they did manage to remove the last one. That's good. Huh. Interesting how that works. Are you stuck? What's going on? Unemployed? Okay. That's interesting. So, here on the bottom, we should have tunnels at this level. Then tunnels at this level. I think this is all fine. Yeah, we can tunnel that. And we tunnel this. And we're good, I think. Okay, so if we do all this stuff in the tunnels here, that means that next time we have bad water, we can start thinking about diverting the bad water so it comes down here instead of going through here. And that means that basically we reclaim all that area for like nicer water that flows from the mountain here. How are we doing in terms of power? We're perfectly fine in terms of power, so I think we stop a few more generators just so we conserve power. Well, just so we conserve wood, really. Are we collecting the wood here? Yes, we are. That's good. Here the drought has extended a little bit. There's no way around that at the moment. We haven't tunneled underneath there. We're going to need at some point to start tunneling down here. Actually, didn't I plan that? I thought I did. Yeah, I did start that. So how is it going? Do I need stairs already? No. They're waiting to dig that. They need explosives. It's just a penury of explosives. It all comes down to the penury of bad water and yeah, do I have any bad water stored? No, I do not. Okay, so let's plan to store more bad water. We need to extract just more. Bad water pump. Bad water pump. No, flip it. No? Okay. Sure, I can have it like this. That's a lot of bad water pumping. It's 0.33 an hour. So 3 pumps are 1 per hour, basically. And how much do I consume? So that's 4 every 3/4 of an hour for the extract. So that's 3 per hour. Yeah. So that's 6 per hour. Plus, let's say 2. So that's like 10 an hour that we're consuming. And we are said we are producing 3 per hour per thing. 1, 2, 3. We should have enough in theory based on these, but maybe I have more stuff that's consuming bad water. What else is consuming bad water? Grease is consuming extract. Maybe it's because of the grease. Anything here consuming extract? Decontamination pod, yeah. The tail also is consuming extract. I see. The mine is consuming extract. That might be one of the reasons of my issues. I think we saw no extract here. Houses don't, obviously. These do not, but yeah. The explosives obviously require a lot of bad water, and we've been consuming a lot of explosives. So I think we might need to build more extract factories because we've been low on extract anyway. Where is the centrifuge? Come on, water maybe? Yep. Ah. Okay, let's remove this path. Come on. And then we go back water, we get centrifuge. Yes, something like that should work. I suppose what we can do is have platforms here and just have more pumps. How many pumps do I need to feed the centrifuge? We said 3 per hour? Basically we need 1. What I could use to do would be to shift these a bit more further this way. So let's build extra pumps. Aesthetically, I'm going to want this like that. And I'm going to want these back by 2 tiles. Right? So let's do that. We can have platforms here. No, by 1 tile? Yeah, I suppose. Like, this could shift this way by 1. So the path would be here. That would be the ideal here. Okay. Oh my, I'm hitting all the wrong keys. Okay, not bad. And well, technically we could like shift these. We're going to wait a little. And so this can go straight. This shouldn't. How should this go? Probably we're fine like that. Okay, that's fine. I see canola seems to be increasing, I believe. I should go in speed 2 as well. That would be nice. And so that means we can have another centrifuge here. Should I roboticize these centrifuges? Possibly. or some of these pumps. Maybe I could just roboticize some of the pumps. That way I produce more bad water. We'll see what's missing the most, I suppose. And then we can make a decision based on that. Let's keep an eye on power. Power is doing absolutely fine. The trees are maintaining at 1.6k, so I'm very happy with that. This isn't emptying yet. Excellent, excellent. Food is absolutely fine on all fronts, I think. Buildings lack materials. Who lacks materials? Okay, all the bad water stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you're in the middle of a drought. So, you know. Did I have a network drop a moment ago? It seems to be fine right now, but I think... Do I really need that much bad water? We'll see. I'm not entirely sure how much bad water... If I need more bad water pumps or if I need more centrifuges. There was a blip in the stream? Okay. It seems to have recovered, but yeah, I see I dropped 168 frames. I didn't notice, sorry about that. How are you doing, Spark? By the way, wait a bit. Yeah, I was very low on extract, so I added a centrifuge and I added some more pumps. We'll see how we're doing on the bad water itself. It's possible I might have to deactivate some of these. And in the short term, I'm actually going to remove these two as well. Just so I can streamline the stuff a little bit. We're going to place explosives here. They're going to be high priority explosives. Because they're related to stuff we are actively doing. You're a bit sleepy. Yeah, that happens. Especially with the heat. I don't know if you're in a region where you're in a heat wave, like me. But if that's the case, like I know the heat makes me much more EP. We're going to need to expand this reservoir at some point. It's kind of worrying me how much water is dropping in here. Although we just have 2 days left, so we're not that bad. The weather's been nice there, but over half the country has been baking. Yeah, I'm in a baking part of my country, that's for sure. It's currently 30 degrees in my room, so, you know. It's probably well below the outside temperature. I've been trying to manage the heat as much as I could. Although today isn't a bad day. Yeah. Today has been relatively more tame. It outside temperature actually is comparable to the inside one. We had a little peak at 31, but it seems to be dropping again, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. Yesterday the maximum over here was around 39. So, you know. difficult weather, whether you like the heat or not. We're approaching dangerous levels with that kind of temperature. This is dropping, but we're still at half storage, so it's not that bad. The water is dropping too, interestingly. We might need to expand the water storage here, which is going to likely take the form of excavating underneath this mountain. What's going on here? Oh, out of extracts. Oops. Well, we're going to have a population drop, by the looks of it. Breeding is halted. No breeding allowed. This is fine, that's nice. This whole area is staying irrigated, I really like that. Yeah, the canola is definitely increasing. We were at 630 last time I checked, we're at 730 right now. Corn seems to be low. Where are we producing corn? Corn is right here. That's a relatively small patch, to be fair. That's a fairly small patch. Is there anywhere else where I'm producing corn? That's eggplant, that's soybean. And what am I doing with the corn ration? Yeah, it seems we need more corn planted. I can extend over here. To be fair, I can expand up to here, and that will be fine. Let's do that. Ah, misclick. Okay, perfect. Wood is even increasing. Is it because of this new thing? Possibly. Or are some of the new plantations coming online? I don't know. I really don't know. Well, either way, that's nice. How are we doing downstairs? Yeah, okay, that's fine. And that hasn't made any progress, but that's all fine because we need explosives for that, so you know. Given that we have exactly no explosives, it's not so surprising that we wouldn't make progress on the projects that need explosives. Yep. Very good reasoning, Alastor. So, yeah, 0.5 days. Yeah, this is going to cause a drop in population in like a lifetime, basically. We're going to have a generational gap, which is going to be slightly concerning, but hopefully it's just 2 days, so it shouldn't be that bad. It should be just a few individuals. I know we have bots, so we can probably compensate if we just keep enough margin. Well, I suppose there's not much I can do until the end of the drought here. We're just going to have to wait and see how that goes in the morning. I think for the moment we're even going to pause the explosive factories. Because we need to rebuild up the extract before we start reproducing explosives. We need to start reproducing first. I mean, we need to start reproducing before we restart producing explosives. I can do the words in the right order, I swear. Yeah, because grease needs extract too, doesn't it? Where is it? Grease factory. Yeah, grease needs extract too. So currently we're paused on grease production, we're paused on breeding. So that's essential for bots as well. I mean, not as essential, it's more an efficiency issue, but it could cause a dip in production. Okay, so we're restarting centrifuging, that's good. That's very good. You need the bad water to make it here, of course. It's interesting that they had bad water already. This, honestly, you're using extract 2. Put this whole thing in low priority for now. I don't want all the extract to go straight to the tunneling as soon as I restart production. How's the bad water doing? Okay, the bad water is restarting. I like that right now I'm more worried about bad water coming back than being worried about water coming back. Let's check on the stuff. Either way. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, common bad water, you can do it. I'm starting to have water, regular water come back over here, that's good. Because this bad water still has to go all the way around. So at least this can start making its way over. Is this a hole all the way down? Oh yes. And we have a bad water source over here. Interesting. Come on, fill up, fill up. It takes a full day before we can actually start anything. Oh, clean water is coming back first. So the water wheels are restarting. That's interesting. And then the bad water reaches. Nice. So this should allow these water pumps access back to bad water. Let's go. Yeah, we're pumping. Finally. The centrifuges are restarting. Nice, nice, nice. Here we go, 6, 7 extract. We are starting to feed the breeding. We were at 12 halted. What we can do is tell the haulers to prioritize them. That should really be the case. We want to ensure the babies are the priority, so we can maintain our population. It's a fairly important thing in a colony. To have enough beavers to work everything. We're starting to be low on grease, but we didn't completely run out. That's a pretty good news. Yeah, I think I might want to be working on extractions. But you see that I didn't completely... Like, I completely used the bad water I extracted today. Okay, so let's start having bots work on some of that stuff. Because the bots can work more efficiently. So here that should be like one factory that's running 24/7, right? Because this needs 3 per hour, this produces 3 per hour. Actually, this is 2 factories, right? So you can just be like that. And then maybe I can have 2 bot ones here. And these 2 can be bots. Okay, so all the breeding tanks are now fed. That's good. We should be producing grease. Yes. We are. And the extract production should be running 24/7. Hopefully. How are you doing? Extract is fine. Bad water, 13 of 80, 9 of 80, 19 of 80. So far so good, I think. But we are slightly running out of bad water in this one. I don't think it's because of a lack of bad water ultimately. I think it's more a problem with hauling. it seems to me. How's Greece going? Greece is back in the 90s. I think we were below, so that's pretty good. I think. And the extract is in the 30s, 40s. That's a good sign. We're starting to store it even. I'd almost like more of these be assigned to bots. But I don't have enough bots for that. I'm just going to flip these so that this one is directly fed by this one. That way, if they need to transport bad water between the two, it's going to be the shortest route possible. That should help with the efficiency. Alright. Yeah, I think the grease is recovering. We're almost in... Well, it's hard to say. Maybe I put in some more grease production just to be sure. Just to be clearly positive, because I think the grease is maintaining, but it's not really increasing. And that's concerning me slightly. This is an extract tank. Well, it could also just be that these are inefficient as long as I'm low on extract. That could also be a thing. So maybe I just increase the extract production by putting another centrifuge. Possibly. Yeah, I think I'd like to overproduce. If only because of droughts and the fact that we need to recover after droughts. Well, my centrifuge. Not in here, or in water, I believe. Yep. That's a lot of beavers going back and forth. Where are they all going? They're all going to the extract factories? Are they all hauling extract to the different factories that need them? Possibly. Maybe bringing the materials here too. Okay, so this is built. That means that tomorrow we get more supplies. Have we fully recovered this? No, we haven't yet. Interesting. Though I suppose during the day maybe we're negative still on power. I might just need more. I think overall we're good on power. Overall we might be positive. Okay, now we're clearly positive on extract. That's good. That means we're starting to have extract stored. But we're not doing super hot on bad water. We just need more pumps here. So it wasn't going overboard of me of saying, oh, we need to build more. So let's restart the dynamite production, which is going to consume more of the bad water, admittedly. But we need to remove this land, so we might be able to put back the bad water pump that we removed. And we need these bad water pumps, actually. It's not just margin, it's an actual need. Good to know. Here we go, first explosive going in. What's consuming all this bad water? I don't get it. Like, what's consuming bad water? Is there a way I can see what's consuming bad water? If I don't remember. I think it's only the dynamite and the extract, isn't it? Because you're not consuming any, you're not. This is just extract. Yeah, I think it should only be a local consumption. As evidenced by the fact that I'm not storing bad water anywhere else. I have a extract storage here because I do use extract over here. But this is the only place I store bad water. Okay, so this is done. Nice. Bad water pump. Flip. Let's go. Boat is out of energy, that's probably in the underground tunnels because some boats are getting pretty far from the tunnel entrance to go do their duty. Okay, so we should be doing better on the bad water front. That MacBook bot is hitting the Halcyon Discords again. What MacBook bot? Haven't heard about that. Is it anything in Jesse's Discord? There's a spam bot that shows up every couple weeks? Okay. Oh yeah. I do see that. Let me ban this person real quick. Before I do that, any other message? Aha. Oh yeah. Here we go. Thank you for telling me about that? Here we go. Live mode duties. Yeah, thanks for telling me about that. I wouldn't have noticed. So how are we doing here? That's worryingly low still. How about this? You're not consuming anything, are you? Could get both from it though, by stopping the dirt production. I have 8 beavers that are unwell. Why? Do I have them working in the middle of bad water, possibly? That might be true. Ah, yes. That's exactly what's going on. This should be high priority to just stop the water from going down there. Because if I go here, everything's contaminated with bad water. Yeah, not great. Well, I suppose we'll have to deal with contamination until the water downstairs evaporates. That's my bad. I'd like it if they managed to start accumulating bad water, but they don't. They just don't. Which is quite worrying, to be honest. It's not a matter of transport either. These are all full. Well, they're all empty, I mean. If there was a transport issue, they would be full. If they were producing enough, but it was just not transporting enough, you know. So maybe we can transfer some of these jobs to bots. Like, we clearly don't need 4 bots in here right now. I think actually we make them all bots. We have some margin. We don't need 100% employee jobs filled, because we have some jobs that are like builders and stuff like that, and we can technically do away with at the moment. So we'll have some vacancies like in this, for example, that's absolutely fine, right? And now that means I basically almost doubled the production of bad water, so I should start, like finally start being positive on bad water. Hopefully. Bad tide approaching, that's okay for us. What are we doing in here? This still has no storage of bad water. This is storing extract. Where is all the bad water going? Seriously? Dude. Are they dumping it or something? Are they drinking it? I don't get it. This doesn't require bad water. It's just these. I suppose this is accumulating, so that's not a bad thing. Once this is basically at 20, 25 consistently, it will start going to the storage. Yeah, probably just still filling the buffers. But it's not a huge buffer, it's just 2 factories. It's like 40 bad water buffer, you know? Although, no, you're right, because I also have the bad water buffers of the centrifuges, which take 80. So it's like 360. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. There's several things that use extract. Yeah, but I'm not low on extract. I have 600 extract in storage, right? So I'm doing fine on extract at the moment. It's explicitly the bad water that's the problem. Although this should be acquiring extract, I think. From other warehouse. Is there other extract warehouses? Where else am I storing extract? Oh, Pijo! Hello, hello! Welcome in, welcome in! The Aqua Avengers have arrived, reminding you to hydrate and dominate. Those beavers seems too far gone, though. That's not true! Slander! Lies and slander, look! They hydrate and they dominate. Look at this dam. Look at this dam. If that's not dominating, I don't know what that is. Oh, you lost the beavers. In the witness? There's a beavers in the witness? I don't know this game well. An asteroid is about to hit them. Uh-oh. Oh no. Welcome back, Guppy. Yeah, we're recovering from a little bit of a situation. We had a little bit of a wood shortage a while ago, and now we're kind of recovering alright from that. Or different new tree growing areas are starting to actually produce trees, so we're good now. And the new situation is that we are not managing to pump enough bad water and produce enough extract to feed everything. So we had a little bit of halting on the breeding a while ago. And because we were lacking extract during a drought, basically. And so we're just restarting and increasing the production of everything so we can actually manage to have supplies. So we basically doubled the production of extract, or almost quadrupled, because we also switched to robots to do the production instead of not human but like beavers. And we also expanded quite significantly the production of bad water, and we're still struggling on the production of bad water, interestingly, whereas our extract has almost recovered. The Witness is a pure puzzle game. Very, very fun, but also Brian is fried. Oh, Brain. Brian. I was like, oh, there's a character named Brian, and that's fried. Probably the fault of Guppy. Not gonna lie. So yeah, welcome in everybody. If you are new here, I am Alastor. I play a lot of puzzle games. At the moment we're playing Blueprints and more logistics oriented games. We're playing Timberborn right now, but we've been playing Factorio earlier, these kind of games. Also Nebuchadnezzar, which is more of a colony game, similar to Pharaoh, Caesar, if you know these games. And sometimes we do a little bit of coding on stream as well. Right now I'm streaming twice a week usually, and I'm starting to introduce often a third stream where we do coding, which will be tomorrow for this week. But today is Beaver's Day. And so this is our colony. Oh, a bad tide has started. So we started the colony on top of here, in this plateau. We have a water source here, which is usually a clean water source, but right now we're in the middle of bad tide. We have automated more or less the management of bad tides and droughts and stuff like that using sluice gates, like this. So we reject the bad tide here overboard in the river, which is mostly a bad tide river. And when we have clean water, it goes over here. Over here we have a bit of an underwater plantation for mangrove roots. And we have a big dam over here. That's our main dam. That's also where we do most of our water pumping. And it also irrigates like a few fields for trees, for sap, for like kohlrabi and cassava, that kind of stuff. Over here we have the habitation quarter. We have a big tower where we have our habitation. We have the breeding. We have a bit of entertainment over here. And then what do we have? We have an industrial area over here. We have power production right there. We have been building a large water power production shaft. So this was initially above ground. We just built ground over it to expand the industrial area, and we are currently expanding this tunnel all the way over here. Eventually, right now the original path of the river, right, is coming over here, going through here. What we're going to do is divert this. Right now it's going through here and inside there. Eventually it's going to enter the tunnel here and drive all the way across. It's going to power a lot more water wheels, which should be nice for us, for our power production. So we have that. We have a secondary water source over here underground. right here, which right now is obviously producing bad water. We use it to fill a dam over here, which is irrigating this whole area. Some of it is irrigated using irrigation channels underground. So if we slice a few levels down, you can see the irrigation channels. And then we went over there and we captured another water source right here. So right now we're diverting the bad water outside of the map here. But same, we've built a dam here and we started, well, first rehydrating this whole area because initially we just had a river that was coming out at the bottom over here. You see we filled quite a bit here. We rehydrated this whole area as well, and we started building water channels below to also start expanding the irrigated areas. So you can see that we have irrigation channels that go all the way over here to feed a lot more agriculture than we used to do initially. Eventually we are going to expand this over here. That's in the works, but it takes a lot of time because, you know, it's small tunnels, etc. And finally we have a whole tubeway infrastructure that crisscrosses the map, where we have tubeways stationed in different little areas, and we started doing an underground tubeway. So you see we have a line that's working over here between these three access points that currently is the only segment that's working. But we are expanding by digging over there. We've had a little incident earlier with bad water, so right now all of this is unfortunately underwater. And we also started digging over here. We are digging this whole thing. And so eventually most of this infrastructure that's above ground is going to be underground for both tubeways and power shaft. So basically we're bringing everything down when it comes to that. And it more or less is going to reflect the geometry of what we have above ground. So the three access points that you see, one is over here, one is over here, one is over here. And so it reflects this line above ground here. And so we are going to go alongside here, go across here, go alongside here, go across here. All that good stuff. So we are basically taking care of the central area of the map. And then slowly we are going to expand with an underground tubeway network that's going to sprawl from there and go under the irrigation tunnel space. So yeah, that's pretty much where we are at. So we have these projects, we have the power increasing, we have increasing production on extract, bad water, explosives, all that good stuff that we require for all the digging we're doing. And we have also diversifying the food sources. You see that like we have fairly little corn at the moment. We have a number of different food sources, but it makes the beavers more happy to have access to more stuff. So we are going to need to do that, more of that over time. Also, I have a lot of beavers contaminated, so I should probably have a few decontamination pods here. Because we had a big incident. Something like that, maybe? And then I can have a little path on top of that. And a few decontamination pods. You might need one more. That's going to need to be a too high thingy. Oh, they need power. I forgot about that. Dang it. I suppose that's fine. We can have a power shaft. Let's see. This might be rather temporary. Although there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, but we'll see. Here we go. Just one more little thingy. There. Now we can take care of every contaminated beaver at once. I don't know if this consumes extract when... It doesn't seem to consume extract when it's not inactive, right? So that should be fine. Yeah, I totally understand the brain is fried issue. With blueprints, that's what tends to happen as well. Especially with the heat. Oh, look at all these beavers. Contaminated. Nice. And contamination is decreasing. They don't work when they're contaminated anyway. And their movement speed is decreased, so... yeah. That's going to put a little bit of a strain on the extract, but the production of extract is fine at the moment, so I'm not worried about that. I was wondering about the grease. Should I put in more grease production? But I think we're good. I think it was mostly grease being inactive because I didn't have enough extract. And so the logistics routes were strained. But we seem to be keeping up with the grease now. So that's very good. So I suppose the next question is... should we maybe make more explosive? Ah, this seems to be working. Doesn't it? Let's have a look. Yes, I believe so. Nice. So here you see we have bad water coming down here. That might be a slight issue that the bad water is coming at this level. But I think we're fine for now. We might just need to put in a block to block the bad water coming into the path or something. Let's see. Yeah, probably if we go in and have a few dirt blocks here. That will block the bad water coming onto the path here. We're going to have a path here on the side and another one here. It's mostly gonna be an access path for the beavers. Maybe we have a path going across here. We're probably going to want a staircase going down, actually. So here I might remove that, demolish that scaffolding. Oh, not under the road, maybe. But we can maybe... Ah, come on. Remove this one. Ooh, but tide has ended. Perfect. Yep, and now you see that we have a little hole right here that can rejoin directly onto the above ground infrastructure. And so at this level we're going to have a large power shaft all the way across over here. Let's build that. Amazing. And so most of this scaffolding will just go because their space will be occupied, of course, by water wheels, right? That does mean we are going to need to block the bad water from entering this area. So let's build a barrier right here. Because now they can access to here and be guided all the way across. Let's see over here. Right, so here we have some platforms we can remove. Why can't this platform be removed? Oh, because of the overhang. Yes. Okay, that's okay. We can... I can't build it here. I might need to have impermeable floor. Or can I... No, because that's under other platforms. Well, maybe. No, because that's right underneath the shaft, right? Okay, so maybe I want to remove these pieces of shaft and have the dirt go across here. Instructions unclear, beavers stuck in tunnel. Yeah, that's very likely to happen. That happens on a regular basis. In fact. I wouldn't be surprised to end up with beavers stuck in tunnel. Oh, I removed one too many platforms, it seems. Because this is an access path. But this can be dirt. Right. And then on top of that I can have my power shaft. So they built all of that, perfect. They still have access upstairs, so they'll be able to build all the stuff they need. And now we can remove these because now we don't have... can this be removed? No, this can. But I should be able... I'm not able. Well, I suspect we're going to have to remove this impermeable floor. No way around it, unfortunately. That's fine. That means we're going to need to wait a lot longer for the underground tunnels to dry. Fine. Look at all the water being sucked in. Here we go. We could probably technically pump it out, but you might want to like, please do it fast. Thank you. That's progress. Now I should be able to remove this one. And this one, I believe. Yeah, it's kinda sad I can't just tell them to replace the impermeable floor with dirt. Oh well. Let's just go like this. And same, you wanna be fast. I suppose I could have replaced these blocks with dirt first. That could have been a good idea. Too late. I think it was my plan, now that I think about it. Oh well. This can have the path back. And this is... yeah, so that's all protected because that's the layer that's going to support the water wheel, right? So I can put platforms back here. Okay. Now this whole thing is completely filled up again, which is going to mean a lot of beavers are going to be contaminated once again. Oh well. We have the means to treat them. If need be. Okay, so next I think we remove this layer. So we can demolish that, right? And we can demolish like this whole layer of stuff. No, not that. That was maybe a bit too far. Let's try that again, but without breaking the storage at the end. Maybe we stop here. Nope. It's like... yeah, no, that's slightly too far again. Almost, but not quite. So let's stop like right here for now. Yes. And so you can see here, if I zoom out, that I structured the whole thing so that this tunnel is supporting itself. So here you have the wall of the tunnel. And so I don't cause a cave-in by removing the support structure. So that's all planned for that. That's why you had this whole support structure. Well, some of it is because I was digging underneath the mountain, right? But also it's structured so there's no cave-in when I finally remove it. And so now I just need to get access to the water level on the middle. So same process. Getting a lot of wood back. And now this whole thing can be replaced by water wheels. Right? And so here we are injecting the clean water. But mostly this is all fed by this lake being pumped in here. So, large water wheel. Right here. And just like that, and so they connect 2 by 2. And so that should almost double my daylight production, except when in droughts. Well, not just my daylight production, but my across the day production, except in droughts. Which of course means that if I were to add a lot more storage, then I would be able to just pour through the drought to storage if I wanted and just completely remove these. Because I'm going to be able to recharge the storage very easily outside of drought during the night, even if I go over the consumption of that. That means I can restart the power crunchers, and these are going to be useful because they help power the bots, improve their efficiency. So they were halted because I was having power issues. And yeah, just above the power shaft here I have a layer of dirt. And then if I go up, I end up at the ceiling right here. Nice. So, what to do here? I think we need dirt to support this, if I'm not mistaken. This should be able to be kept in. Maybe not actually. Right, so the explosive storage might have to move. It's annoying because it's just by one tile. Yeah, eventually I might need to move it. If I want to expand the tunnel all the way over there. Yeah, that's all in. And look at that, I'm producing 8800 horsepower now. And so I can easily pause a few of those. That's slightly below. That's fine, I think. Because it just means I'm depleting some of the power during the day, but I'm replenishing it during the night, so I'm fine. Beaver's contaminated number is diminishing, so that's great. What else? We are pretty much at max storage for bad water. I might want to increase the amount of storage for bad water and extract for drought. Yeah. I think that's what I want to do. So this whole area can possibly become a fluid storage for bad water and stuff. We do have a path below, so I can have extract tanks and bad water tanks. Just basically like a large storage for a lot of stuff. One more layer? Sure. Can do. And so we can have one of these dedicated to bad water. Actually, two maybe? And one dedicated to extract, I think. Yeah. They will of course need access roads. Should I move these? Although I suppose I could just remove them. Yeah. Let's just remove these two. We can loop back the path over here. That's helpful. Because it provides a shortcut for these accessing this tank and all that. You should be emptying. And you should also be emptying. In other great news, because this is all protected from bad water, it means I can just have barriers here and I can start removing those. Because this is all slowly decontaminating. Let's wait a bit for downstairs. Okay, love that. What next? We could do still with more corn. We increased the corn production a little bit. This takes 10 days. I think we should have seen the increase. I'm almost tempted here to expand the field by expanding the dirt work. Yeah. Right, we can do something like that. We might have to work on the irrigation tunnels a little bit. But these are going to be able to access all that reclaimed earthwork. Okay. Love it. Over there. Let's have a look below. Yeah, so you need stairs here. That's my access path down. Yes, yes. So what's going on here, if you haven't seen it yet? Let's see. Okay, so right here I have the dam that's in this area, right? This dam. And then I have irrigation tunnels that go below this whole plateau. And go both downstairs to the other plateau that's in this area, and upstairs here in the higher plateau that's right here. So if we look at the higher plateau, that's its whole irrigation tunnel, right? And so the waters go all the way through that plateau, and now we want the water to go down here, go back down, and go irrigating this whole area. That's the goal here. So what we have done is we have started planning tunneling down. That's what you're seeing down here. They're going to go dig that. We are going to build stairs here. And this is the start of the shaft for irrigating the bottom plateau. And over here, so you see this whole thing is irrigated. That's thanks to this whole network of tunnels that are all fed from up there. So this dam here is feeding irrigation to all of this. It's going to feed irrigation to all of this. It's feeding irrigation to all of this. And eventually I'll probably start irrigating this area as well, etc. And we are also going to want to work on this side. And so this expansion here means one of the next steps is going to be able to farm down here, if that makes sense. Let's see, the dirt work here is going well. This is seemingly hydrated by all of this, so that's good news. I'm kind of expecting though that we might still need to have irrigation tunnels right here. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's exciting. Bad tide is approaching, that's fine. We're still very low on bad water. I think it's because we are actively digging, probably. Where are all of these going? What are you doing? You're working at holding post. You know, but I don't want to look at the holding post. Oh, come on. Let me slow down a little bit. So let's see here. If I follow you. Whee! Right. That's the problem with the holders, they don't have assigned jobs. Carries blood water. right? So you're carrying bad water between these. That's fine. Okay. So are all of these just carrying bad water between the centrifuges and the pumps? Possibly. It just means I don't have enough freaking pumps. How much bad water can you consume in a day? And the productivity 80%, 99%, 96, 80, 81, 76, 100, 84. I believe it might be limited by the amount of contamination. Yeah, low bad water contamination slows down its pumping speed. So I think that's what's going on here, because we have some clear water that's being mixed in some places. So we could increase the productivity by being closer to a bad water source. Where do we have bad water source? Are you a bad water source? Yes, you are. So I could possibly like have a structure here where I do a bad water dam. That would be an interesting idea, right? Because this can pump to a maximum depth of 6. So I could have a bad water dam that contains a certain amount of bad water around here. And it's going to be pure bad water. And I just pump bad water from the dam and use it to fill an industrial area. I do like the idea. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a fun project to have a bad water dam. So how would that work in practice? So if we go that deep, for example, so that would be 6 deep. Okay. Or we could have these at this level. I'm thinking. Yeah. That could be fun. Although it would probably interfere with the tunnels below. Because, right, that's like, that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so the tunnels below are 3 deep for the pumps. 4, 5, 6. So that would be at depth 1. At level 1. The bottom. But it is an interesting idea to say, oh, let's have like, I don't know how many I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 I have at the moment. So let's say if we have like, I don't know, 15 pumps, 20 pumps. It can be 4 rows of 5. Possibly. So we could have, let's see, if we go, so that's 1 pump, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's very deep. 5. Although I suppose we could... No, don't build it. Dang it. No, pause this. Pause this whole thing. I don't want you to build it. It's going to go higher anyway. I'm thinking here we could elevate it by like 4. Well, we could elevate it by 6 actually. Yeah, let's do that. There's no point in being shy about it. So I'm thinking we can have a large dam here that goes all the way up to the terrain level up there. And then we can have a secondary dam here that's a pumping station basically. That's like 6 deep and offers a pumping area. Although it doesn't need to be high. Technically. Technically it doesn't need to be high. We could just have it yeah. We could just have it at this level. Where cheese? Hey Kaz, how are you doing? I don't know. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. I don't know, we make cheese with extract and bad water? Because we're working on that at the moment. We're going to make a bad water dam. Ooh yeah. That's for when the beavers are being bad boys. I mean, you could say cheese is bad milk, but in a controlled way. So it's extract, it's milk extract, right? Doesn't sound like good cheese, I'll pass. Well, if you consider that, you know, cheese is moldy milk, but in a controlled way. And here we extract bad water and we centrifuge it to get extract, which is a controlled bad water, right? So that can be our cheese. And we use it to make kabooms. If you drink it. Well, the bots cannot drink it. You'll still pass. Then we transform it into grease for the bots. We add it to oil and that makes grease. We mix them together. So in a way, in a roundabout way. Yeah, so we're planning, because here we have bad water extraction, but we are running out of bad water during droughts, which is an issue. And we need the extract to continue going, so we may be able to do digging, we may be able to feed the bots. I think we need extract for some other stuff. I don't remember what, but... well, we need it for... Oh, we needed it for mining metal as well. That's very important for us. So, like, there's a lot of stuff for which we need extract. And so we increased significantly our extract production, but you can see that the bad water is barely hanging in there. The bad water production. So we don't have enough bad water production as it is. And during droughts, the bad water production just dies. And that means the extract production just dies because it consumes the bad water we produce. So my plan here is to first of all have more pumping of bad water. Second of all, have storage of bad water for drought. And so we do have a bad water source right here on the ground. If we slice here, you have the bad water source right here. And so what we can do here is have a dam that's going to store the bad water, and then have the dam bring the bad water out in a controlled way to feed a number of pumps. Hey Monoret, welcome in, welcome in! How are you doing? Happy Thursday! I always want to say Tuesday on Thursday. That's one of the English words that my brain still hasn't been able to assimilate properly, you know? You didn't know I stream? Yeah, I've been streaming for 2 years approximately. But usually I streamed much later than that. Right now I'm trying to get my streams to be earlier, to get my sleep schedule a little bit more under control, if that makes sense. So yeah, usually I stream on Sunday and Wednesday, and sometimes some other days of the week. Although at the moment I'm not streaming on Sunday, and so I'm trying to stream 3 days during the week. So we have a Blueprints run that we are playing on Wednesday at the moment. Today is Timberborn, and tomorrow we will be doing software development on stream. I'm coding a Tiltify extension for Firebot, which hopefully might be able to be used for the hot potato and any other number of charity events, hopefully, if it's good enough and early and ready in time for this year. If not this year, then it can always be an option for next year, you know. But yeah, my goal is to try to get it ready early enough that people may be able to try it and hopefully be like, yeah, that sounds nice to use for this year, and allow them to work better with Tiltify and bring more dynamics to their charity streams, basically, using Firebot. So yes, that's tomorrow. Today we are beavers. I'm very addicted to beavers. They're so cute. And yeah, this is our little colony. That's our little colony. We have habitation quarters right here. We have a big storage right here, a big industrial area that's starting to sprawl. It started over here, and then we ran out of space, so we expanded over here, and then we ran out of space, so we expanded down here, and then this kind of transformed into a power generation area. With water wheels, we have... So initially this was outside, we had the river going here. So we built a tunnel, we built dirt above the water wheels we had. And we expanded the tunnel, we diverted the river. So right now the river is going all the way over here, all the way through here, and we expanded significantly the power generation using the river. And yeah, so we have more land that we're able to use up here. And so we have 2 other areas. We have a good water source right here that we are using to do a lot of farming, especially tree farming, because we need a lot of trees to feed these generators that we use. It's our main power supply during droughts, basically. And we have another water source over here that we are using to rehydrate this whole area. Here I have irrigation channels below this whole plateau and this whole thing. I can show you. Let me see. Yeah, so we have irrigation channels right here, underneath here, and we are digging down to go hydrate this whole thing with this irrigation channel that's going down here. It's huge, yeah. It's starting to be a fairly big base. We have 100 robot beavers, 150 beavers. This is our 6th stream, I think. It's in the title. Yeah, our 6th stream on this colony. And it expanded quite nicely. Last 2 streams, I would say. Although mostly last stream, we started going into bots. So we currently have 1 factory producing bots full time. And we're kind of reaching, I think 1 factory, if I calculated correctly, supports about 100 bots. So we're kind of reaching this plateau. And so right now, we're trying mostly to get the bots and the beavers more efficient. That way we can just support a larger colony with the same amount of production, you know? Although it's not going to scale up for food production, but one part of getting the beavers more efficient is to increase their well-being. And to increase their well-being, one of the things we can do is have more food diversity. So that's one of the things we're doing. You see we have a number of them. I think the last one we added was either corn or eggplants. I think eggplants we added last stream. And so now to go further, we need to go into hydroponic stuff, which we haven't at the moment. We haven't done much in terms of aesthetics or monuments. We could do more stuff in terms of fun. And another big thing we are doing is transport. You see we have all these tube rays here crisscrossing the map. I don't like that being that way. I want this whole thing to be mostly underground. Except of course for the station. So for example, you can see an example of that. Here you have a station, and here you have a vertical tubeway that comes all the way from underground, although it will connect up there, but it doesn't really need to. And you have an entrance to this underground area right here. So the beavers can go down here, go down underground, come back up here, or they can go all the way up here where you have this other shaft emerging right here, and I think possibly here? No, not yet. But I will probably dig down here at some point. And so I'm starting to work on building a big underground network. So big tunnels right here. I even have an underground station right here for the workers that are going to go dig this whole thing. So we have a very large underground project going on. Although you can see that we have bad water in here. We had a few inundations recently while we were working on the tunnel above. So we had a few incidents, we had a lot of contaminated beavers, so at the moment I was waiting for the bad water to kind of drain, if that makes sense. So that's pretty much our colony here. And so yeah, I just had this idea of having a big bad water dam, and I really love this idea. So let's plan that. So if we want 20 pumps potential, so we say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I need to go one further because I want to keep like some space right here for the water to go around the dam, for the water that comes from over here, for example. That probably means we're going to dig some of this ground, but that's totally fine. We can absolutely do that. Or we go a little bit further. We could go, what, 2 further, so we leave a space of 4 over here. Yeah, that can work. That can work. We can leave a space of 4. And so here, this is out of the scope now. Right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they have their little dig spout right here. Then we have a path. Then we have pumps that pump over here. Then we can have pumps again right here. Path. Pumps. That's annoying. It would mean digging this mountain. So I need to move it by 4 possibly? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's take one more space of margin. So let's have it like this. And this is going to go all the way up there, isn't it? Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that's correct. Poof. And so here, I'm just putting down scaffolding for planning purposes. I'm not building any of that, probably. I mean, some of it will be built, but not in that form. We're going to have to do some terraforming, a lot of stuff. So here we have 5 again. And so we remove this whole thing here. And so this goes like that. So that's one area. Oops. Second pumping area. And then we can have pumps on this side, this side. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to work well. And that means we need to have some levees. Yeah, I prefer levees. So we need levees like right here. And then this needs to be levied. This needs to be levied. That's okay. This can probably be built. We can have dams right here that bring the water out of this. Yeah. And then we need to feed this thing. And to do that, we have the sluices. So we can basically contain this whole thing. It doesn't really matter about the depth. So we can just build it at whatever depth the current terrain is. And the only thing is we want to maintain the water level here at a certain depth, right? And so we're going to have like, how much? A 3 gap maybe? This seems to be 3 wide over there. The source is 3 wide. So if we have a 3 gap, it's going to be fine. And here we can have sluice. And so the sluice, we can use them to automate stuff. We can tell them maintain a downstream depth that's 3.5, right? Oh, no, we need to do that one back. Sorry. Well, this could work, but we're going to want an overflow of the dam over it. And the overflow would fall on the buildings that would be right against this wall, right? So we need to remove these walls and move them one back, actually. That's why we plan. I'm not super happy how much it encroaches onto this, but that's fine. We'll survive, I think. It's not gonna be the most beautiful building ever. But it's for bad water, so it makes sense to have something kinda ugly. It's for poop water. What did you expect? Okay. So we have the sluice here. It maintains a downstream depth of 3.5. And then we are going to build the dam above it. You know what we could do? We could technically have the dam above the pumps. That would be kinda funny. I almost want to do it. Breaks brie into your pasta salad, Kaz. Ooh, nice. Would you say that your salad contains debris? I should get some nice cheese sometimes. It did. Nice. But it's all gone now. Yeah, that wouldn't last long, would it? I think I'm going to refrain from doing it, but I really want to. Even though I really want to. Yeah, let's refrain from doing it. We're going to do a classical dam. Alastor, someone said fun and then said did puns. I can't ban them. Hey Cody, how are you doing? Yeah, I can't ban them either. I don't know what to do about them. They're terrible. They do all sorts of misdeeds, and I can't do anything about it. Imagine. I just have to put up with it. Really. That's the only solution. Do I have water coming from here? No, I do not. So I could technically cut off this whole thing, right? Yeah. Like if I do something like that, a little like this. And then like this. And so there on top of this, that's why we had to move the wall. I can have dams, and so that means that when this whole reservoir fills up, the water is going to overflow over here. And it's going to start filling up above the level of the sluices. And then it's going to overflow right here and rejoin whatever's going on here, right? And then I suppose we can have like dams here. Don't build it. That ensure that like this is separate from this, which is separate from this in terms of water sources, right? So if I were to make this, because under here, for example, I have a clean water source. Can I show it somewhere over here? Although right now is a bad tide, so it's a bad moment. But here, this is a clean water source that comes out here. So if I were to divert, well, I suppose this source isn't sending its water over here, right? So as soon as I remove, I put this under control, this whole thing should become clean water, in theory. I think so, at least. So this whole structure should allow most of this lake to become clean water. I didn't realize that. It feels weird to you that I need so many pumps. Yeah, but it's the Iron Teeth, and they have less efficient bad water pumps, possibly. So that might be why. If you're used to playing with the other tribe. Hey Hebe, how are you doing? You're reporting to Twitch? No, please don't. Heavy beavers eat too much. Well, if they eat the bad water, it's going to be a problem. Get them! No, Hebe, no, please! I beg you. Okay, so we can have levees clean to close this whole thing. Boop boop. And then we can have levees closing this part. Oops. There we go. I suppose it's just that I consume a huge amount of bad water and extract due in part to all the construction I'm doing underground, because I'm tunneling a lot. So if you're not tunneling a lot, you might not just not use that much. that kind of amount of bad water, because each tunnel, let me access underground. Like, each of these requires an extract, right? So I'm using a lot of extract doing these underground works. And a lot of wood as well. I suspect that's why I use so much bad water. But we love puns. Hebe might disagree with you. And possibly Cody as well. That's a kind of dangerous thing to say in front of them. Even for me. Let's see here. I think for the moment we just remove the inside infrastructure right here. We have the structure in mind anyway, so it doesn't matter. Except the rusty spoons. Oh no. Ladies, please. Don't kill each other in chat, that's against TOS. I'm going to pause these. Basically anything above this level at the moment. Yep, just like that. And I probably need to do it on this side as well. Otherwise they're just going to get stuck. I know them. I know them, silly beavers. Right. That should be good. So now they should get on to constructing probably all the bottom level. And once we have that... Well, honestly, this should already start becoming clean water. Oh, we're missing path to go all the way over there. Where do we pass from? We might actually pass from here. Killing spree? Without me? Hey Fire, how are you doing? The ladies in chat heard chaos and they all came running. Stupid TOS. Because of us Cody chocolate cheesecake and custard donuts. Oh, you might bring Cody to your side and equilibrate things a little bit. Cody and Kaz against Hebe and Fire, possibly? Should we start organizing bets? So let's have stairs here. A little path to get to them. That will help. You only need spice. You need some real food. I started listening to Dune audiobooks recently. Talking about spice. It's been a very, very long time. I read Dune when I was a teenager, but only part of it, I think. So I saw the audiobooks and was like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I think I wanted to reread them for a long time. Because first of all, I think it was only partial the first time I read it, and second of all, I was a bit too young for it. I don't know, the writing style is a bit complex, the story is a bit involved, so I didn't fully grasp it. Currently farming a lot of spice. Shai Hulud praised you. Ooh, nice. Oh, Kazi is now trying to bring Hebe to her side. That's a challenge, given that you're on the punch side. Push his face into the cheesecake. Yep, not working. As expected. Hang on, I need to do something.
Yes, fight my minions.
Push your face into this. I mean, what? Oh my. Okay, this is going well. I think we are going to have a support structure here. Climbing across, probably. Yes. But before we do that, we are going to dig down. So this will need to be dug by one. Let's see. Oop. Like that. So this will need to be dug by one. This little part will need to be dug by two. And I think that's it. And the rest will need to be dug by three. Let's go. All the kabooms. I want all the kabooms. You'll be there in 5. I see Fire has found a proposal that's suitable to Hebe. I'm still mad about the bathroom party. What? So maybe not a good idea. What is this about Fire? Did I miss something? Do I need to go read Nemo's Discord right now? Or maybe it's a great idea. I feel like I missed something interesting. How are we doing over here? Yes, right here. So this needs to be stairs down, I believe. Yep. So they may dig that, and then once they've dug this and the block below, we'll need to do the same, etc, etc. Until we can finally reach this part. Alright. This is progressing well. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, we're even building up some explosives, but that's mostly because I wasn't digging for a very long time. So that's fine. But we still have no bad water. That's a problem. Are they all bots? Yeah, they're all bots. So that's the maximum efficiency we can achieve. Oh my god. Okay, so I think we can have this whole layer detonate. Yay, kabooms. Perfect, perfect. Then we want, so it's going to be, the path is going to be right here if I'm correct. And then 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Just like that. Well, it's gonna take a while if I do that. So let's just go across, I believe. Let's just do as much as we can, and we can always recycle the materials we used to do that. Yeah, let's go. So we can let them build this up and do the next layer. We have a few unemployed beavers, and we have a few missing jobs for bots. So I think what I'm going to do here... the dirt mine... Where is it? The dirt mine can be switched back to normal beavers. And you can be like fully employable. And... what else do I switch to normal beavers? Probably a builder's hut. Yep. And so we have no job vacancies left. Good, good. So this is slowly being built. Great. Yeah, so you see that here the normal water is mostly going that way. Once we build all of that, the normal water is going to come that way. We might even want to block this, possibly. Eventually. That way we can reroute more water through here and maybe have more current. The water over here is mostly clean, you know, that's nice. Up until here. And we'll eventually need a way to deal with this bad water efficiently without contaminating everything. But we can always evacuate it underground. Kind of like we do here. The surplus. She was and maybe is still super mad. Never was that mad before. Oh. Yeah. That's not good. I'm just thinking one thing here. We really don't need that many stuff. We can remove this, we can remove this, we can remove that. Well, we shouldn't have removed that one, I think. No, this one is the one that eventually needs to go in, so that's fine. And these two really don't need to be built. Alright. Because this can be accessed through the corner here. This can be accessed through the corners. So there's really no point in having everything built, given that it's only short-term infrastructure. One thing I might consider is another calculator here. Yeah. Although, can I? Yeah, I should be fine if I have the path go behind here. Something like that. No, I can remove the path right here. Yes, yes. And I can have another calculator. Number cruncher. Oh, possibly I could have another one right here. Oh, that would be nice. But we can hold off for now. This is going to give us more science, although it's going to consume more power. And this science can be consumed by these control towers. You see the whole area over here that's covered. It improves basically bot efficiency in this area. So we have a few over here, over there, and we can maybe like have a few towers in this area and improve the bot efficiency too. I think that would be nice. How are we doing on the kabooms? I think we're ready for another round of big kabooms. Incorporated. Are you ready, chat? Do you have your kabooms ready? A 3, a 2, a 1, and a go. Nice. Okay, so next layer becomes the support infrastructure for the actual pumps. So no, that's permanent infrastructure. And we can just have it like that. Although, no, you know what? Actually, let's not do that. Okay, so this can build these. Then I need one here. Instead of building a bunch of platforms here, we're going to build big metal platforms to support the stuff. I prefer the ID. And we haven't played with metal platforms in this run yet either, so I think that's a fun thing to do. So this is accessible, so now I need one here. And finally, I suppose I can have one over here. And so this can be removed. Oh, actually this one stays. And the good thing is this frees up a lot of materials that can be reused elsewhere. Okay. Can we build that one? No, we cannot, so we just have to wait for now. Here we go. Yeah. This could also have been a bridge, but it's just temporary infrastructure, so that's fine. Alright, nearly there. Let's have a look at the rest. What else do we need to do? The corn is okay. That's nice. Should we start some hydroponics? Oh, look at that! This is reaching further than it was before. Is it because of the irrigation tunnel? Possibly. But at least we can continue it a little bit. Almost there. Nice, nice. So yeah, what kind of agriculture do I do next? So this produces algae and mushrooms. And what else do I need to produce? I need to produce basically fermented mushrooms, algae rations. So algae rations is going to be with canola oil to make the rations, and fermented mushrooms is probably the easiest because it doesn't need canola oil, right? And then I need to do some coffee. Okay. And the coffee brewery is an entirely separate thing. What is this? That's just water, okay. So it's just consuming coffee beans and water to produce coffee. And how do I produce the coffee beans? I suppose I just plant them, don't I? Yeah, I just plant them with foresters. No coffee! Yes, coffee? Of course coffee. Why would I not do coffee? Coffee is life. But first I should go, I think, into hydroponics. Which I should probably produce next to the water production. Which means over here. This needs so 40 water every 192 hours. How many water is that per hour? Let me calculate. 40 per 192. That's like 0.2 water per hour. That's 5 hours per water. And the pumps produce 3 per hour. So it's not that much pumping. It just depends how much mushroom and algae I want to produce. Okay. So let's unlock that first of all. The hydroponics garden. I can stack them by the looks of it. That's great. Where do I produce it? Maybe here? Or maybe here? Yeah, I suppose. I can have a shaft right here. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can have this here, and right next to it, we're going to have storage. Storage. You're going to be a large warehouse. So you're going to produce mushrooms. You're going to store mushrooms, right? Mushrooms? Hello? Mushroom. And then if need be, we can build on top of that. That's okay. Do I have a station that comes down here? Not too bad. I think that's fine. So we can produce mushrooms in here. And so we are going to need the fermented mushroom production. I think we do have a fermenter that's posed here, yes. And so you can be doing fermented mushrooms and you are producing. And you're going to need 4 every 2 hours. So for a 16-hour day, you need 8 times 4. Yeah, so you need 32 per day, basically. And 192 divided by 16. Oop. That's 12 days cycle. Right. Right, so we're going to need a lot of hydroponics, but we can build a big tower over here. That's perfectly doable. So like this can come like that. Actually, it would be more clever if this goes reversed. Oop. Poof. And then we can have second floor. Here this is going to go every floor, one by one like that. With a little path. And then you reconnect. And basically I need to go up by 3 right here. And then it's 2 every time. And that's when your brain stops processing all the scaffolding. And it becomes complicated. to follow what's happening on screen. I think we're almost there. Last floor. Yeah. Let's remove that for now. No need for it. Hey TX, how are you doing? Well, I'll damn you, beverable. What? Wait. Beverable. And streaming this NAS game. That's it, I'm banning chat. I didn't get it, I'm sorry, TX. Your brain fried and ruined a good joke. Yeah, blame the heat. That seems like a good idea. I approve of that. I approve of blaming the heat. Well, to calm down Cody a little bit, I propose we do a big kaboom. So maybe TX doesn't get banned. Maybe. The jury is still out on that. Okay, that's good, that's good. How are you doing, TX? Happy Thursday. So here I was thinking, oh, I have more kabooms here. That I can do. Yes, so I was thinking here we can go like one like this, one like that. Oh, actually, oh, I could do this. Oh. Oh, that's not nice. Because this is going to be a bad water thingy. So maybe let's not do that. Instead, we can like walk one away. Does this work? That wouldn't work. Well, it can. I just need to have two of them. Like that. Because stairs. Tuk, side step. Yes. Then I can go across. Possibly 6. You know what? Sure. No, does not work. Let's scrub that. And try again. Oh. I'm not sure what to do here. Oh no, you'll just go raid the freezer and to go find something edible. Ice cream? Can you bring back ice cream for chat, Cody? Please. Okay, pause this. I might want to reconsider what I'm doing here. Yes, I'm going to reconsider what I'm doing, purely on aesthetic grounds. Well, maybe not purely on aesthetic grounds, but at least on aesthetic grounds, I should say. So we're going to have these two platforms reaching up right against the center, right? That's okay. And that's all going to be above water. If I wanted to go up here, could technically go poof, 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 but then I would have an issue, right? And this area is reserved for pumping already, so I only kept this layer for that kind of project. But if I can go probably like 3 high, then we're fine, probably. So what if I go like 1, 2, 3, and then I go like that? Let's try to do that. Yeah, and then, because here I can have stairs that walk up, then I can go walk on this, and then I can have bridges right here that reach to the center. Okay, okay. And like they're obviously going to need to reach across like that. Something like this. You know what? I'm not going to have things above this. I'm going to build up in here instead. This gets paused as everything else, so it's a bit more of a regular shape. It's going to be more pleasant to the eye. And also it gives me an access point to this construction. And so here in the middle, this time, I can actually have... How do I do this? Maybe I have something that reaches out? Sure. I'm even going to make it one shoulder. And this is going to be a platform. Just for the looks of it. It's way more complicated than it needs to. But it's cool. And that's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. And then we can have paths all the way around. The top of the structure. Alright. Yeah, look at that. That looks nice. Let's kaboom. You have nice things in the fridge, but you're not in the mood to cook. So simple food it is. What is the purpose of all this? So here I have a kaboom production area. So I have centrifuges that build extract. I have explosive factories. I have bad water pumps. And I'm not pumping enough bad water. I can barely keep up with the consumption of bad water as it is. And so under here, I have an underground source of bad water. So my idea here is to build a big dam that's going to contain bad water, which is going to overflow over here, and we're going to move pumping of bad water inside here in the middle. We're going to have space to have up to 20 pumps right here. And then this overflows right here, which goes inside our water-powered power shaft, right? So this is a whole big power shaft with water wheels that are going to be able to take the bad water and funnel it down there inside the power shaft. And over here we have a clean water source that arrives. That's underground right here. And so this whole lake is going to become clean water instead. Which is also a second nice thing to have. And so right here we're going to have the pumping area, and right here we're going to have the dam. You thought bad water was bad, but you guess they added a use for it? Yeah, they added a few uses for it. It's not... There's not a lot of things that use it. Mostly it's for making explosives. But the other thing is for making extracts. And extract is used, well, for explosives too. For some kind of explosives like tunnels, etc. And we do a lot of tunneling on this map by choice. We use extract. We have an efficient iron mine here that uses extract. We have grease that uses extract. And it's all stuff that's not necessary, but it's a bonus. So using extract, producing extract, allows you to make stuff more efficient. Same here. We have these growing vats. They use extract. And I don't think we need extract to make babies. Yeah, so like, for example, the basic breeding pods use water and berries, but if instead you want to do the advanced breeding pods that grow the beavers directly into adults, then you need berries and extract, right? So it's a bonus. It makes your colony more efficient, basically, to have things that use extract. And so it's a late game thing. So in the end, hopefully you have both types. I mean, clean water is essential, and bad water is used as a bonus to build late game stuff, basically. So you're trying to get rid of bad water around your map because like you want to do farming and all of that, and so you want clean water for that. So you're hunting the clean water sources. But bad water, on the other hand, is still present during bad tides, though it's better than clean water for power production, for like anything that's water powered, water flow powered, and can be used for this kind of few uses. And so here the idea of this dam is to be able to maintain the extract production through a drought, for example, and the bad water production through a drought. So I want to both expand the bad water production, but also be able to have bad water reserves, because right now this whole industry just stops in case of a drought. So yeah, there are nice things about bad water. There are things you can do with it. Rather than just rejecting it. Another thing they added, which in the last update, which I really like, is sluices. Right, so sluices are these little blocks. What they do is that they can be programmed slightly. So they open and close automatically based on a few parameters. And so you can control the depth downstream. You can control the sluice based on the contamination of the water upstream. So you can have something like this here, where this sluice only open if the water upstream is clean. And so when I have a bad tide here, the water becomes contaminated and becomes rejected on the side entirely. And so it makes it so I can, for my clean water supply at least, I can treat a bad tide automatically as a drought. It protects automatically, yeah, exactly. So you can see that all my clean water sources are protected like that. Where is one? So I have one underground over here. So I have the water source here, and I have a sluice right here that only opens if the water is clean upstream. And I have a sluice over here that only opens if the water is contaminated upstream. And so as soon as I have contaminated water being produced here, I just reject it to the side of the map. And so that means that this dam here that's filled with the clean water that we usually produce only ever receives clean water. And so during a bad tide, it doesn't see any new water. And we have basically the same thing over here, where I tunneled through the plateau to go bring the bad water out of the map on this side. And the other thing I can do with the sluice, so this is not a great example because I have the overflow, but this is a good example, for example. So here, with this sluice, I maintain the downstream depth at a level of 0.7. So you see here it's oscillating around 0.7. As soon as it drops down, the gate reopens and lets a little bit of water in, and it jumps to like 0.73, 0.74. So that ensures that this is never gonna get flooded, first of all. Second of all, if I have clean water in here and I want more clean water in here, I just bring the clean water in here, right? And everything else is rejected to the side at the moment. Over here, I have floodgates at 0.65, so basically a dam. So if the water is above 0.65 in this channel, it gets into this huge dam and it fills up this huge dam. So that's the case when I'm at 0.7 here. If I'm in a drought and the water level starts dropping down, when it reaches 0.65, whatever else is in this channel is going to stay in here. and it's going to allow this to stay hydrated during, like, throughout the drought. That's enough to keep this hydrated throughout the drought. And here I have this big dam full of water, and you see that I have sluices down here that say, hey, you just open if downstream depth is above 055, and here I have a ton of pumping, right? And so I just feed the water to my pumps as required, but I don't have any flow basically. I just refill whatever is consumed downstream. And same over here, I'm saying, hey, you close if whatever's downstream is above 055. And here you see a mini dam that does the same thing at the bottom. So all of this is hydrated technically, but the water never goes out of the dam thanks to these sluices. Right, so I always keep. I just counterbalance evaporation and consumption downstream. And any extra water is just sent elsewhere. It keeps the area green. Yes, exactly. Another use of the sluices that's also pretty nice. If we start going down here, you see sluices right here. These sluices are always open, right here and right here. They go into the irrigation channels, so these channels are just there to bring irrigation to the terrain upstairs. Actually, I need to bring a path so they can build the dirt over here. And so, yeah, they just bring water to keep this green and fertile so I can do agriculture right here, right? The nice thing about these sluices is that sluices are one-way gates. So if the water inside the dam ever drops below the level of the sluice, this channel won't be refilled, obviously, because I don't have enough water in there anymore to keep backfilling the channel, but it won't drain. So that means that the terrain above the irrigation channel is going to stay hydrated much longer than it would if it was just a hole in the ground. So that's my other use for the sluices, as just like basically a water diode, if that makes sense. So where are we over here? Nice, nice. This can go kaboom. So can this. So can this. This can go kaboom. Perfect. Next. Yeah, we probably want to extend that anyway. I suppose this... Yeah, sure, because this one is probably the one that stays. And possibly... let's see... Yeah, I might just extend that like this. That way they can access most of the kabooms. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. This can get removed. Right now this is getting in here. Technically this is open, so it could go over there, but just the level is too low. But as soon as they finish building this, this will close and the water will start going down there. But this is probably too far from a path. Oh my god. Hang on, I have a peripheral that's wreaking havoc in my computer. Hopefully that's better. You know you gave up on oxygen not included due to the sheer complexity. You're a little scared the same will happen here too, but you're still enjoying watching them. It's not too complex at the moment. Like, there's a little bit of automation that you can do, but it's generally fairly easy. It's more around logistics and stuff like that, and supply chains. I'd say the more complex thing about it, about what they added here, is the fact that you have this underground thing. It's a little bit hard a lot of the time to visualize what you're doing underground, especially if you want to start changing levels. So for example here I have stairs going down, and here I'm like, oh okay, so I'm going down here, okay. Alright, and here I need to go destroy that. Right. And I need to build stairs here so that they can access to this and start digging up this. And it's hard to see what you're doing, and most of the time you're looking at a gray thing. And when you want to build, like if I want to build something vertically below that, and I go down one level, I'm like, where the hell is this, right? And I don't have the tools to properly see it. So I wish they would like show you some transparency so you may see what's below or something like that when you're looking underground. Basically a little bit of quality of life with this underground building, because it's hard to see and to not get lost in the things. It's the same with the scaffolding, right? When you're building with scaffolding, you're easily getting lost. Like, yeah, sure, I can somewhat see in transparency, but there's sticks everywhere, and it's not super easy to see. And sometimes if I want to replace, like, for example, 3 1-high platforms with the 3 high platforms to get better visibility, I actually might have to destroy the whole structure to rebuild that differently. And so yeah, I think it might need a little bit of quality of life with regards to that kind of features. It's not a huge problem, but it would definitely help. So we can unpause that, I think. Let's see. So this would provide an access path to this level. So if we pause this one and this one, and this, then we can unpause these. And these, right? So they may be able to build this central block. Basically the first thing we want in is probably this central block. You're very burned out on automation due to work. Yeah, that might be a concern for you then. Yeah, I can get it. If at its core, it stays, I would say, a logistics game rather than an automation game. but they're definitely moving towards a little bit of automation at least. For me, I saw it more as a relief from as a quality of life thing, right? It allows me to not have to care about manually doing stuff whenever a bad tide comes in or a drought comes in. For example, I'd like a little bit more automation when it comes to power shaft. So it may be able to pause the engines automatically, for example, to not consume power from the engines. Although you don't need automation, technically. They could just by default say, hey, if there's enough stuff on the network, or have the engines configurable to be like, hey, if there's enough power production on the network for the consumption, or if the storage is above a certain level, you pause this engine. So you wouldn't have to pause and unpause the engines constantly, because right now either it runs constantly and you need to have the logs production to sustain that, or you need to activate them during drought, or you need to just have the power storage to get yourself through a drought. Another way to do it would be to just have some kind of sluice-like thing for power shaft, I suppose. So power shafts that disconnect based on a few parameters. You don't want them to stop development, you just know that when you feel you need to make it not perfectly balanced with automation, you quickly want to do something else, you don't want to work on your free time. I don't feel the need to balance stuff. It's not like a Factorio game, it's like it doesn't end up with round numbers a lot of the time if you try to calculate stuff, so it ends up being more like, oh, it's more a hassle than it's worth to calculate stuff in this game. So I just build whatever I feel is more needed, if that makes any sense. I'm like, oh, I'm not producing enough of this, so I'm going to add some, which is totally something you can do in a game like Factorio, just most people don't do that. Most people actually do ratios and stuff like that, and I do ratios in Factorio. In this game, I'm like, nah, I'm not doing ratios, I'm not calculating ratios for this game. I'm just going to build whatever I feel is needed. What I'd like though, and I've seen mods have that, I might actually add the mods, is have the ability to see the evolution of a storage over time, so that you can be like, oh, my storage is dropping on this item, and anticipate rather than catching it when you're already in trouble. If that makes sense. But it's more like having the information on your logistics that allows you to catch a problem. It's not really about calculating stuff. Yeah, having curves basically. Like, oh, being able to see, oh, the amount of berries in storage over time, and you have a little curve, or is it increasing, is it decreasing, is it stable, you know? That would be nice. I've seen a mod that does that, and I might end up installing it. I haven't at that point, but I might end up installing it. Alright, kaboom time! But yeah, they're definitely moving more towards the terraforming kind of concept than the heavy automation concept. Okay, so here we are going to want to build platforms, 5x5 platforms, to build our pumps upon, right? Let's unlock the platforms 3x3 and 5x5. So we're going to have like a platform over here and a platform over there, basically. And then same here and there, right? So this one over here. So that's on top of this one. And I want it at floor level. Okay. So that's already built. And I can have my 5x5 platform over here. And so I have 2x2 for its pump on each side here. And I have the path in the middle, right? So my path is going to go here and the pumps on the side. And then the next platform come right here. Oh. So central pillar to build the platform upon, and poof, just like that. Next. So next is going to be, we remove these. Platform's going to go here. That means these disappear, these disappear. Am I clear? Yes, I am. Platform right there. And we want to do the same thing over here. That's going to be the central pillar, which means these disappear and these disappear. Nice, nice. And another platform. And the road again, of course. Poof. And a poof. And possibly, oh, I would have to... oh well. I suppose I could do it with just platforms. One by 3. And then I can have... something like that, and I can have stairs here. Just to have a path. I almost wanted to build... a bridge above, but I'd probably need to collapse these, so not worth it. And so I have a path that can loop back here. Okay. And well, I suppose... what the hell did I do here? Why did I build 3 high platforms right here? Makes no sense. I suppose these platforms give access to the beavers to build the kabooms anyway. So the final kabooms. Perfect. Perfetto. And so the bad water pumps. So here, do I build them like this? Sure. Yeah, why not? Look at that. That's gonna be sweet. That's gonna be pretty nice. Of course, for now, we're going to pause the buildings as soon as they're built, because that would be a lot of workers. But yeah, we're having a little bit of a dip in the robots population, which I think is probably linked to the penury of wood we had a little earlier. And so over here we're going to be able to have like storage above the water channel and stuff like that. Oh, bad tide. Yes, so I can show you what happens during a bad tide over here. You can see the bad water starting to come out. And so you can see like these are closed and these are opened and the bad water just goes out. And same over here. Bad water is being produced, it doesn't come and contaminate this, it just comes out here. And over here, it's just rejected. And so if you look at the sluice, well, the water level downstream is 063, so it's below 07, but I'm still closed because I have contamination upstream. And it's also like the dams over here are at 065, so it's not sending water towards this dam at the moment. It's just feeding the plant. It's just watering the plants. I do have emergency pumps right here, but I'm not using them and I haven't been for a long time. I don't actually plan to really use them ever again. Okay, so this is built. I think we can unpause these. And really, these as well. I think we can pretty much unpause everything here. The whole construction project can move on. The pumps do want to be paused though. Oop. So I had paused the construction of these just so my beavers wouldn't become trapped. Probably here I want this to be high priority. Just so I block the path and the beavers don't go down there. And so they only start building from the top. Is basically the idea. Same here, your high priority. Well, Yeah. Just to avoid problems with beavers getting stuck in silly places. Okay, you're built. Great, great. Your high priority, you don't actually need to. It's more this one. Possibly this. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. You need to be paused. Why has the amount of bad water stored suddenly increased? Is it because these were running for a while? Or is it because I'm consuming much less? Possibly it's because I'm consuming much less because of explosions. Let's actually have a look at the project downstairs. Ooh. This is clear of bad water? Yes, it is. Good. So we can give the path back. So we can restart this construction project over here. We have an underground tube station, so the beavers can access this area. And over here they can access from the surface to this construction site. Oh, we reached the end here, though. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. So if we look... So it's one of these cases, so I'm going to line the tunnel with this level here. Oh, help? No? Path? Path. If we look at the surface... Yeah, so that's basically this level. So here if I start digging... Maybe in the middle? Possibly? Yeah. If I start digging a hole in the middle here... Here we go. That's going to land right above this. And so here we can build a vertical tube and start connecting down there. And so here in the grass area, we're going to have a transport tube, which is going to reconnect over here. And here you can see these shafts. If we follow them down, you can see that they reconnect to this construction site. And so the transport tube will be on this level here. And we are going to have a power shaft below. That's why this connects to the site, so it doesn't go through the transport tube, but it can go around. And here we can have the power shaft over here. We have 42 bots out of energy? What's going on? What's happening here? Oh, these are fully used. That's what's going on. I don't have enough charging for my bots by the looks of it. Alright, we can help solve that, I think. If we put in some charging stations, maybe over here. something like that. Maybe 8 over there is too much. Maybe I remove like 4 of them. And I can have a few over here. Oh, but I don't have power right here. How do I supply power to that? That's the conundrum. Can you be connected to power? No, you can't. No, so this is not going to work. Oh, I know. We can connect over here. I can only have 3 over here, but that's better than nothing. You have power, right? No, you don't. Where do I have power? Over here. I thought some of these stuff had power. No, really not? Hmm. Yeah, and it would be not super easy to bring power over here. At the moment, I don't have the infrastructure ready for that. That's one of the things I was working on. I can have charging stations over here. That's doable. Okay, that's fairly high priority. Having 50 bots that are doing nothing is a big problem for us. Like, that's going to kill our industry. That's almost half the bots that are doing nothing. That's a big problem. Did I have bots over here? Yes, we have. Okay. Hopefully that helps. I really hope that's enough. Building lacks power. This one. Oh. Yeah, no, you're correct. Of course. That was very dumb of me. Well, that's fine. Can transmit power like that. It's not ideal, but it works. Of course, the first ones they built as a result is the ones that are not going to work. Alright, so I expect this one to be assaulted by a wave of bots as soon as it comes online. Oh my god, how did I miss that? That's bad. That's gonna be a big problem extremely soon. Come on, bots. You have charging stations. Almost ready. Hang in there. This is ready. Okay, okay, I have some bots making their way down here. I see that. This one is making its way down here. Yeah, so I just don't have enough. Also, the hell? Why? Oh, all my water is leaving. Oh. Oh, that's not good. That would explain things as well. Okay, and pause the power production. Pause the science. Okay, so now we're producing enough. Because I assume, yeah, this is empty. This is mega empty. Okay, so I killed my power production with this. Yeah, I see the problem. I do. Well, that comes back to what I was saying, that we might want to block that, right? So how do we do that? We need like... maybe floodgates? Possibly floodgates, which implies something like this. Alright, alright. I can probably do that. This is probably a 3 high kind of situation. Nope, not here. This needs to go there. Poof, poof, poof. Right. And then we zigzag. It's ugly, but it's going to work, and that's absolutely all that matters in this situation. Although some beavers are going to hate me for it. I have no doubt about it. Alright. Oh my god. This is so far. No, you know what? Actually, this is stupid. Let me switch that around a little bit. We can just go straight here. Like, I don't have to be all the way stupid, right? I can just be partially stupid. Show me the guidelines, please. Just so I can see where I place stuff. And this is gonna be 3 deep, I believe. No, only 2 deep. Okay. Nice. Actually, no, even 1 deep. Oh. More you know. And this should be a 5, I expect. Exactly. Yay. Stop showing me green lines. So, minor design flaw, by French law you have to do a recall, no, right? I don't think so. I know that, for example, you know, you have this big design flow on cars. Oh, come on. The bag that inflates in case of accidents. I hate the name of it. Anyway, there's a big design flaw in some models right now that can be lethal. Airbags, yes, thank you. And they haven't. I mean, they're repairing it, but they haven't done a recall per se. You had a recall. Well, I don't know if that's a recall. I think it's just they take your car and they're repairing it. They have to repair it for you. But it's not like they take the car back, you know, and refund it. Which in some very big flows would happen. That's what's called a recall? Okay, then that's a recall. But that's not a minor design flaw, that's a major one. But yeah, I don't know that for a minor design flaw they would do a recall. Like my parents, for example, have an issue with the engine of their car. They had to change the engine, and they really had to struggle for it to be recognized as a design flaw. Actually, I think they didn't manage it. They had to pay for the replacement of the engine, which is extremely expensive. And the replacement engine has the exact same issues, and they're struggling to have the constructor admit that, yeah, it's a problem, and it's a design flaw. Like, all the cars of this model have the same issue with this specific engine, where basically it was too early, and they haven't had to do a recall, which is absolutely stupid. They should have to do a recall for something like that, because you don't just leave people with an engine that you know is gonna break, even if they follow your recommendations for taking care of it. That's not okay. France is at the leadership of trying to force for right to repair, recycle, etc. Need to be brought hard on the manufacturers for that flaws need to be fixed. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, it's true that France is somewhat pushing for that. Not enough, in my opinion, honestly. I wish France was pushing much harder. But all of Europe, to be fair, is kind of pushing hard on that. And it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. How are we doing on the bots? Okay, they're recharging now. Good. That's good. Still no power though. Across the board. Which is a problem. And that's because this is opened. And basically the water has a choice between flowing there or there. And because of the dynamics of it, it just flows over there. I suppose I could open this and that would probably help. Although no, because this is very low. Yeah, not much I can do about it at the moment. I just need to wait for them to build this whole thing. and go close the gap. It's gonna take a while. One thing I could do could be go above ground here. Might actually be faster. We'll see. I guess we'll have them race against themselves. But hey, at least because we have a lot of storage, this time we are not running out of bad water and we're not running out of extract, so that's already a good thing. Also, it seems like we've been digging down here, haven't we? Hang on, I missed it twice. Yes. Yeah, we have been digging over here. Nice. So, let's see. Where is this located? Okay, so that's like right here. I can probably put down path over here to mark where my tunnels are. Okay, so my tunnel I want it to be 23 long. Well, not really. I suppose it can be. And here I think it stops like here probably, or here. Yeah, right here. So I just need to tunnel a bit further over there. So that's like 10 more. And so here I'm going to want... what kind of pattern did I follow upstairs? I left a gap of 3. So between levels I want to leave a gap of 3. Between different irrigation channels. So I want a second irrigation channel over here. A third one over here. A fourth one like over here. I suppose... So I want 4 of them to be parallel to each other. Let's see here. If I try to go like this. Puff puff. Something like that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Puff. Something like this. Oh no. No. So, I'm going a little bit further than I should over here. I want to stop here. Is what I marked above. Does this stop at the same level? Yes. And over here, I want to stop here. Alright. Then I want this to be the same but shifted by 1. So same as this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shifted by 1. Poof. Like this. And then another one shifted by 1 again. That's good. And so we can probably have like a crossing tunnel somewhere around here and maybe another one somewhere around here. Seems about right. And so this is going to crisscross below this. Maybe I mark that? Yeah, sure. How long do I have in here? 10, 12. Okay. So 1, 2, both, that's crossing. This is right here, so that's crossing. That's what I planned below at the moment. And I might as well keep the path there to mark that. I think that's a good way to do it. How is the building going here? Not bad. Oh, this all needs to be paused. Alright. We're almost out of oil, I'm noticing. That's concerning. Of grease, I mean. That is concerning. Why are we out of grease? Why is the grease not running? No reason really. It's just running flat out. Okay, so we can remove these and put in another grease factory. And this one is going to be manned by regular beaver because we have a few unemployed ones. So that should be okay. We're in a peak of population right now. Okay, good. I'd really like for us to be able right now to get this water back, but doubtful. That said, we can probably... Well, we need to recharge this first of all. So let's leave these running, but we're not in a drought, so we have regular water powering some of the water wheels. Not full power, but we're producing more than we're consuming during the day at least. And then soon enough we can have this built. Can we potentially just put slightly more of a focus on this than this? And honestly, this is pretty important. And this is very important too. Because my bots lose efficiency when they run out of grease. And that would, again, slow everything down. We have a few bots out of energy again. Is it? Right, it's bots that went on construction adventures, so that's fine. That's something that's expected, because they just go very far for the construction, and so when they come back they're exhausted. That makes sense, right? I do have a few buildings that lack power. Oh, yes. That does make sense. I just disconnected it, so, you know, that happens when you disconnect stuff. Also, we started doing mushrooms and then we did nothing with it. Like, let's see, fermented mushrooms. Oh, actually, we're supplying half of the population with fermented mushrooms. So, you know, it's not that bad. But we could have a second mushroom farm, I believe. Second hydroponics farm. You can do mushroom as well. Right, my beavers are going to do shrooms today. Okay. Progress is being made steadily. Look at this. That's gonna be great. That's going to be our coffee field. I'm considering building like an anti-contamination wall over here. Not quite sure what to do here. We'll see. Also, I might wanna irrigate this top part, this plateau. But I think we already have like a decent bit of construction going on. Talking about which, is this done? Yes, it is. Okay, okay. So, transport, vertical tubeway, poof, 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 poof. This would be connected. And then 1, 2, like 3 after is this path. Let's go have a look downstairs. 1, 2, 3 would be here. Right. And so we have this too. This can be removed. I suppose all the way down. Although maybe not all the way down. No, let's leave it. Well, we kinda have to. What do I do? I can have a path that goes around. Or I could just build a vertical tubeway here. Yeah. And then normal tubeway all the way across. And the final thing will be to connect these two. Yep. How are we doing? Oh, this is making progress. Good, good. And oh, I didn't look at other shaft. Probably need to extend the path. Yes, I do. This is going slow because I'm not paying enough attention to it, basically. It's going much slower than it should. Slower. Yes, yes. Also, we're not storing fermented mushrooms anywhere, are we? I just realized. That would also explain why we have no storage of fermented mushrooms, you know? Would help if we had one. How is this going? That's good. We are recovering on grease. That's good. We're a bit low on metal, but we are using a lot of it at the moment, so it's not so surprising. You see the bots below that are not the bots actually. The beavers below that are following the path and complaining that they lack food and water and stuff like that. Because it's super far away, so they haven't had the opportunity to hydrate in a long time. Because they come from all the way down here. Basically, they go out of the tubeway right here, and they go down this stairwell here, and then they enter the shafts over here, and they go across. So it's a long pathway for them. Progress is being made. Question here, is the canola not being harvested because I'm full of canola? Or is it not being harvested because I can't harvest it? Yeah, it's because I'm full. So that was a positive. We can extend the fields here. We're done with that. So we can start doing more corn. Nope. Corn. Here we go. Oops. Maybe not right here. There, perfect. Whole field is in reach. I'd almost want to build up like this little bit of dirt. That's too far again. Let's rebuild the path that goes here. Or at least close to here. Let's go. Add a bit of dirt. Yeah, once the shaft down there is in service, like this whole thing can mostly go. That will be nice. Although I don't know how I reconnect that. I suppose I can leave the connection that goes through here, possibly. It might make the timing a little bit longer. Or I could have a side shaft over here. Yeah, that might be wise. Might be wise to have a side shaft over here. Alright. I suppose an approach to do that would be like... And then we can go like this. What level do we want to be? Oh. Oops. Okay. And then like this. These have no reason to be anymore. Hey, Lanix, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see me, yeah, nice. Good to see you too. How's my week going? Pretty good. Pretty good week so far. Oh. Wait a minute, that's not gonna work, is it? Well, it might if I put these on top. But they need to go in first. Yeah, I'm having tons of fun. So, you know, that's a pretty good week. A week where you're having tons of fun. All things considered. Okay, so we can do that, yeah. And so for the moment, don't build that. Because I need an access point over there. I suppose probably like... secondary priority, while these will be first priority. Right. Yeah. I might even give them little stairs to go in the water. That's clean water now, so that's not a problem. And these stairs can be high priority as well. Okay. You see, I'm building a massive bridge. Yes, and not just a bridge, I'm building a massive dam. So there are two things going on here. I'm building this dam here, you see over here. I have an underground bad water source. Right here. Which goes down here. And so there are two things that are going down. I'm building a massive dam here, which is going to keep a lot of bad water inside and feed it to all these pumps over here. So I'm going to have a ton of bad water pumps over here. And then it's going to overflow over here and come feed my big shaft of power production. The big shaft of power. Which is going to feed all the water wheels over here. And over here underground, I have a clean water source, so that's going to allow the water over here to be replaced by clean water. The problem is when I started building that, I built dams here, and these dams made it that it was easier for the water sources over here and over here to just have the water escape that way. Which I do not want. I want all the water that's produced over here to come feed my power shaft, right? And so I'm building a massive bridge at the moment just to come and build floodgates over here and basically prevent them from having the water escape over there. And meanwhile, I'm building up the dam over here. And basically they're competing because either the bridge finishes first and then I get all this water back over there, or this part of the dam finishes first and at least I get the bad water back over there. Although I'm not even sure that would work, it would probably escape over here, it would make a mess. But no, I could make it work, I could reconfigure the sluice gates to make that work. And this all comes from the fact that I'm exploding and tunneling so much stuff, especially for the power shaft over here. I've been tunneling a lot, that I was completely out of extract, completely out of bad water. Now the situation has more or less recovered. But like, these bad water pumps are barely enough at times to keep me going. So I just need more capacity. And this is 10 water pumps, 10 bad water pumps, so I built 20 of them. They're all off at the moment, but eventually they're going to replace these pumps and I'm going to rework this whole thing. And while I'm doing that, at the same time, at the exact same time, I'm having a massive underground project where I'm going to have tubeways going. You can see I have a tubeway line that's coming in over here. I'm going to have tubeways going to crisscross the land below. Over here I even have an underground station to feed workers to the tubeways projects. So it's a lot of slow progressing projects because I can only access these demolition sites one by one, right? So it takes a lot of time. Same with over here, I have irrigation projects going on, so I'm building irrigation channels underground. So yeah, it's a lot of little slow moving projects. So yeah, that's the pattern I'm drawing underground. That's drawn above ground with path here. And finally, the other project we have going on is diversifying the food. Right now we're setting up hydroponics mushroom farming. We have 2 hydroponics gardens going. Actually, let me have a look at them. Ooh. Yeah, that does not look very non-hallucinogenic, does it? My beavers are definitely on shrooms. And yeah, we're fermenting them over here. And we're feeding fermented mushrooms to the beavers, which should help with the morale. Yeah. It was working better earlier. And then we're going to do algae and coffee. I think this is gonna be destined to become a coffee farm, probably. So yeah, lots of projects. Lots of fun little projects going on. Ooh. Hey, the bridge is finished. We're officially into the dam construction now. Nice. How is it going down there? That's progressing, nice. Oh, we reached the crossings. That means this is officially going to go twice as fast now. And how about power? Power is not super happy yet. We are basically making 1.5 times the consumption at night. So it's not that bad, I just have a huge amount of storage. So it's not all bad. Ooh. Look at that. Look at them go. Floodgates are going in. Nice, nice. So once this goes in, the water is going to escape here on this side and here on this side. They should have plenty to escape. Oh, they shouldn't be 3.5. They should close. I mean, no, 3.5 is okay. Well, at the moment, really, they should be open. This should just be open, and that way, like, if the level raises, stuff goes out here. And it's going to just follow the level. I don't want to fill that until I can actually reach the dam. So that means until the backside is built. Otherwise it's gonna become problematic. Let's go! Also I should drink more. Guppy's not been doing a very good job of keeping me waterboarded today. Although we did have a pretty good riot in chat. So, you know, at least there's that. Come on. Build the thing. All the thing. How is this going? Not. This is not going, apparently. But through no fault of my own, so that's fine. Where is the tunnel? Oh, here. Little path. little path. And a little path. And we go back to the surface. Oh, almost there. 3 more blocks. That need go in for full construction, but since it can build diagonally, the last platform technically doesn't need to go in. Poor beavers. I'm sending them so far away from home. I am a monster. They're starved by the time they make it to destination, and then they have to go all the way back before they can actually eat and sleep and drink and hydrate. No pity. Ooh. Ah, first worker of the day. Can I see the ones that are working on that one? No. It doesn't highlight them. It only highlights them per building, I believe. Well, per workplace, I should say. But look at that, this is already clean water pretty much, so that means that most of the dirty water must be... No, actually not. I don't know. No, it's just that it mixes weirdly, possibly. Or possibly the dirty water mostly stays in there at the moment, because the level is rising as a result of the construction. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. And so most of the water that actually escapes is clean water, while only a part of it is diluting with the contaminating water. So that's why you see that here this is not contaminated anymore, because over here you just have clean water. It's all a result of their fluid dynamics that's doing weird things. And here we go, dam completed. Which means that over time we should basically dilute all of this. Although we need to first close this wall. But we are going to at least resume the water going out over here. The water level is raising, 058 over here. At 065 it's going to start going overboard. It's raising pretty quickly actually. So here we go. Now we should start seeing bad water coming back here. Yeah. And it's all going to be channeled towards a big power shaft. And actually restart half of the power production that was stopped for the longest time because of my silly mistakes. Here we go. Let's go. And now look at that, I'm producing more than double the power consumption at night. Nice. Very nice. And this is not fully charged, but this is charging fairly fast now. Let's restart the science. It seems we have mostly solved the power problems. And is this overflowing? No, it's not. But yeah, once I finish this... Well, even right now, actually, because you see that the water is flowing inside rather than flowing outside. So that means that the only source of water in this lake is clean water. So right now, the cleanliness of the water in the lake is actively raising. I'm diluting the pollutants. And eventually this should all become clean. Which incidentally means that these are obsolete. And then when we finally close that wall, the only way for the dirty water to escape will be through here, and it won't come in contact with the clean water until it reaches this mixing zone. And so that will mean that this lake will be guaranteed to be clean water. Unless during, you know, bad tides, where it will actually become bad water. Which I suppose could be managed. I could build something in there to filter the lake. Which we might do, we'd probably do it at some point. Because, well, you know, after all, my goal is kind of to actually get the bad water under control. I might, actually thinking about it, I might also like close this, you know, close this and bring the bad water down here eventually to feed this barrage. So I have these two bad water sources feeding the barrage. The dam, sorry. I'm using the French word. Yeah, that does sound like a good idea actually. Having like blocking this off, opening this, having the dam come all the way against this and like fill this whole thing with bad water. And that can be my big bad water dam, which captures these two bad water sources. And that means this is dry, but then I can open this, because now instead of having a clean water source and a bad water source, I have two bad water sources. So I can open this and have clean water run down here instead of this bad water source. I love that idea actually. Yeah. What are we doing over here? Not too bad, it seems we're making progress on this arm. From the hydration pattern. Yeah, look at that, this is becoming more and more blue by the day. Like this is proper clean hydrated. I love that. That's great. Come on, beavers, you can do it. Okay, so, let's say we start with probably this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so we're going to start with these 10. They're all going to want to be robo-beavers, because that's what I do on the other side. So we all switch them to robots. Because it's about that time where these are going to stop being efficient, right? So we pause, we unpause, we pause, we unpause, we pause, we unpause, and we do that for each of them. Alright. And that's 10 pumps producing. That's putting the production a little bit further away from the centrifuges, but we can solve that. Right, because now we can destroy these buildings. And we have a lot of space available to start building stuff. Including giant bad water storage. First of all, I think we move that path. Probably. And then large tank. Just like that. And we can have another large tank like over there probably. And you can be bad water tanks. That's gonna be so much bad water stored. Bad water is already like the stuff I'm storing the most, basically. Aside from wood, but I have a massive amount of wood storage. But we can replace these bad water tanks that are a bit far away and uselessly. You think the tanks are more space efficient than the reservoirs? They compress fluids? That's possible. It is possible. I wouldn't be too surprised. And also, I don't think the tanks have evaporation, right? So in terms of space and of not actually losing the water when it's waiting in there, it's probably better to have them in the tank. But also, it looks cool to have a massive dam. It looks damn cool. I'm gonna cause another riot in chat. It also takes labor to use the tanks, I suppose, so yeah. And also, like the water storage, at least the clean water storage, The clean water storage can be used, it's multi-purpose. It's both hydration um, and irrigation. And so, like, sure, you could store more water in the same space in a massive tank or a large amount of tanks, but then you'd need workers to decompress the water back into the water channels. You think Cody ran for the hills already? Yeah, or she's lurking. Cody likes to lurk. So... I do not know. I mean, I could look it up, but... she's entitled to be left alone if she wants to. If she wants to just lurk and maybe do something on the side, or just lurk if she wants to, that's fine as well. I appreciate it. And I don't want to call lurkers out if they prefer to lurk. I'm eating! Sorry for calling you out, Cody. What are you having? Did you say earlier? I think you said it actually. Oh, raiding the freezer, right. I knew there was something. Just pasta and sauce, sausages are not too bad. Oh. Yeah. Not worth taking the risk. That's too bad. Poof. And poof. Alright, alright. Progress again. This is almost ready, that's exciting. Because then once this is ready, we can start putting in the underground tunnel and just removing the above ground one. And this is almost finished too. Oh my god, so much progress we're making. I love it. We can have stairs here. And there. Loop back. And so here I'm thinking... one thing I do not like about levees is that while it looks cool to build with levees, currently it would technically be better to just build with dirt. Because dirt can overhang, so if I want to like remove that levee and replace it with a sluice, for example, if I want to destroy that levee, I have to destroy this whole column. And so if there's water inside the tank, either I have to build a temporary column behind it to hold the water back, or I need to basically empty the whole reservoir in there when I destroy that. Whereas if you wanted to do it with dirt, you could just like have a beaver go blow this up, maybe build a block behind it, but one block, not a whole column. And then you build your levee in here and you remove the other block. So it ends up being just a lot better to build with dirt than with anything else, and that kinda sucks. So, equilibration issue, right? Game balance issue, I should say, not equilibration. I'm talking Franglish again. Okay, so that would work. I suppose if I want this to be handled, I'll have to raise the whole dam to this level, but I can do that later. It's not a huge deal. Oh, this is in. This is officially in. Nice. So this should be cleaning up very fast now, because there's no dirty water that comes in anymore on this side. I love it. Why is this still not built? Oh my god. You lazy, lazy beavers. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, chat. I need to go to the bathroom, possibly to see if I can lower the temperature in here. It's 31 degrees. So we're going to take like a 3 to 5 minutes break, and we will be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere. With a little bit more beavers. I don't know how long I will go because I'm streaming again tomorrow. Yeah, it's hot. I don't know if it's still hotter outside. It might not because it was okay today. Yeah, they're telling me 27 degrees outside. So yeah, I'm going to have to go open the window and try to get the temperature down a little bit during the break. You will head to bed as you need to be up early tomorrow, but you'll leave it lurking. Thank you, I appreciate that. Have a great night, yes. And, well, if you want to join in tomorrow we'll be doing Firebot development. We'll be coding tomorrow. Alright, but let's take a break, and we will be back in a few minutes. See you right after the break, everybody. And we are back, everybody. Welcome back. Let's see. Let's switch the music back. Oof. Just like that. And we can go back to the game. And here we go. Why does the game decide to mute itself every single time I want it to have music? It really needs don't pause the music mode or whatever, you know? Alright, I even thought about running ads so that we have a full hour and a half ahead of us without ads. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, look at this lake cleaning up. That's great. That's absolutely great. This is pumping. We are not yet protected against droughts. Because, well, we don't have the backside of the reservoir. I should probably put it on pretty high importance. Probably not the highest importance because I don't want to not be able to prioritize anything above it. But like, it's pretty important. More than like the reservoirs or stuff like that. More than the underground tunnels, you know? Oh, look at that. I think that might be our first harvest for this one. Amazing. Unless it's just that having only one, I'm not able to harvest any more than that. Possibly two. It's also a possibility. But we'll see, but right now we're at like full wood, so I'm not worried about it. I actually should consider proposing those. Oops. Oh, come on. Here we go. So that's 2 more beavers available to fill jobs. And let's see. This can switch back to regular beavers, I suppose. Building lacks workers. You can switch back to regular beavers. Yeah. In the long run, I prefer having workers employed rather than having buildings empty and idle beavers. What next? So I suppose we want to have a look at the underground again. Ah. Aha! Alright, so. What about here? Uh-huh. Okay, so this whole thing needs to be high priority. Oh, come on, did I just unslice everything again? Yes, I sure did. Right, so they are doing it. I think they should be able to reach all the way down. But it might still be better to have both ways opened so that they can attack it from both sides, you know? Like they can... Oops. They can attack this one and this one at the exact same time right now. Which should make things quicker. Let's go. And they should be unable to reach it from the bottom now. So, that means we remove this. And we build a tubeway. This one is the most important, so beavers don't go stuck themselves inside the tube. That would be awkward. And here we go, that's all built. And so now we can destroy this, which is going to destroy this whole column and be very impractical for everybody, but we can replace it with a vertical tubeway that goes all the way up. And of course, it means the path is going to need to go around. So let's, like, I don't know, remove this and do something like that. Then priority building. This is high priority because I want to reconnect everything here. And you are high priority too. Come on. Come destroy this tree. Please. Please, bot. Yeah. Because that allows me to reconnect all the paths that are behind. Because currently, like, I have 19 buildings unconnected. So, you know, kinda awkward. Let's go. I have 2 bots out of energy, but we should be fine. Okay, so now they can reach. And right now they have to walk all the way from here, at least up to here. But as soon as this goes in, we'll be fine. And also it will mean that they can start building down there from both sides, basically. Actually, yeah, it's just like straight up access, because I suppose now would be a good time to remove this, wouldn't it? Yes. So let's go, remove the pathway and build a tubeway over here, please. And so as soon as I have this tubeway, it means they can use the tubeways to go start extending the tubeways. Actually, they can already use that one, so they've been making slow progress from this side. But then they can make progress from all 3 sides. It's going to help a lot. And so as soon as they have that, basically, like, this whole bridge, well, not entirely becomes obsolete, because we still have the power shaft that we haven't built downstairs, but we can also build the power shaft downstairs as soon as we have that. So that helps. And the lake is clean, officially. Lake is clean, I repeat, the lake is clean. Don't you love that mixing over here? I love how it mixes. This is being built, well, very slowly. What I could do here is prioritize this and this, so they can build it from both sides. That would help. Hey, Coco Confession, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh yeah, I saw you were playing La Mulana. What is this? What is this game? I haven't heard about it. How am I? I'm doing great. I'm having a ton of fun with the beavers, as you can see. It's the trolliest puzzle platformer. Ooh. Oh, platformer is not my best style of game. I'm so bad at all things platformers. It's kinda crazy. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen the Timberborn save before. We have this little beaver city. We have little habitation area. You've had this game in Steam library for a long time, and you've been wanting to try it. Timberborn is so cute. It's so super mega cute and cozy, and let me show you, like, look at these cute beavers, and you can customize their tail, right? Which I find incredibly funny. So you have a whole mechanic about giving them comfort, basically. And it gives them bonuses, so like if their well-being rating increases, they get more efficient and stuff like that. They live longer, so you can see here, like, they have better working speed, they have better movement speed, they have better life expectancy. In my other colony, that's much further in the game than this one. I have beavers that are basically 100 years old. In this one, like, my oldest beavers, I don't know how old they are, but it doesn't tell me in here. Yeah, I have beavers that are like 50, 58, 60, 69. Yes, you can name the beavers, but the beavers have a limited life expectancy. So when you have 164 beavers, that's one of the problems, actually. I don't know if there's mods that do, like, allow you to name the beavers after chat members automatically, for example. That would be great if there's one. Because when you have 164 beavers, even if it happens every, like, 100 days, because it's a number of days that they live. So even if it happens every 100 days, having to constantly name new beavers that are born and that are going to die in 100 days would be a lot of work, right? That's the inconvenient of it. But yeah, you can name beavers, you can make robo beavers. So right now I have 164 adult beavers, no kids, because I'm growing my beavers in vats directly into adults. And 85 bot beavers. And so yeah, you have to keep them hydrated and fed, and for the bots you can have to keep them fueled and stuff like that. And you can have bonuses by increasing their well-being, by providing, like, more food diversity and more beauty around them, which I haven't very much done so far. More comfort stuff, like entertainment and stuff like that. So here, for example, we have an exercise plaza, and they come here to exercise, and that gives them well-being, you know. Or they can go and sit around the campfire, or go on the rooftop terrace, this kind of stuff. They get scratching posts. Where are my scratching posts? Are they using them at the moment? I don't see any beaver using, but you have these scratching posts, and so they can get their back scratched. And so one of the things you can get for your beavers, which I absolutely love, is these detailers. There are a few designs that they can get on their tails, but you can also put in your own design. So I put the channel logo in there. So my beavers who are going to the detailer are getting an imprint of the channel logo on their tail. And so yeah, this is a huge storage skyscraper basically, where you have like access path and stuff like that. Over here I have a big industrial area with like power generation. You can do terraforming now since the last update, so you can see here before the river was coming to here, and so I had a few water wheels that were over there in the current, and I wanted to expand my industrial area over here, and so I built this whole tunnel, and I completely diverted the water to go through the mountain over here and in my artificial tunnel over there. So yeah, I'm doing irrigation canals under the terrain to keep like this area that's normally a completely dried area, much like that. I'm greenifying it by building irrigation stuff. And on a regular basis you have droughts. So for example, like right now, my water source that's right here is not producing any water. So you have to manage, and that's a big part of the game, is management of the water. And so you see that here I have this big dam that just provides water downstream only when needed. And same here, I have a big mangrove area where I'm growing food. And so I have systems in here, I have floodgates that keep some water in there, even if the dam starts to empty. I have another dam right here, which is both keeping the irrigation canals in this area fed, and also is keeping like the mangrove over here hydrated. And finally I have a third dam over here. I have a bunch of irrigation canals over here and under here fed by this dam, and it's also feeding this lake and this whole river over here. And I'm building another dam at the moment, but it's a bit of a special one. As you can see with the water in here, the water is red. It's bad water. It's contaminated water, and you have sources like that generate contaminated water. The one that goes in here at the moment is underground, right here. You can see it right here. So there's a little bit of a tunnel that comes down here and ends up over here. And so I'm building a big dam here to keep some bad water, because I use the bad water to make explosives. Mostly explosives and other bonus stuff, so like lubricant for my boats and stuff like that. And so I actually need some at the moment. Well, I could do without, but it contributes a lot to the efficiency of my colony, right? And so during droughts like that, the bad water sources also stop producing. So I thought it would be good practice to keep a full dam that stores a lot of it, basically, so that I can spend, I don't know, 10 days, 15 days without getting any new bad water, and I can still keep working as if I was getting it. So right now I have tanks that contain bad water, but I'm going to have this big reservoir of it. And all these pumps are going to be able to pump bad water. And so when it's generating, this bad water source overflows over here and mixes with this clean water source that's underground over here and feeds this lake. So before, like, this whole lake was contaminated. Would I consider this game challenging? Not in normal mode, no. It didn't pose me any particular challenge. The tutorial is okay, and you grasp pretty fast like the first steps of the game that keep a minimal colony running, you know? And then you can screw yourself up if, for example, if you run out of wood at some point, and then you might have everything that grinds down. Like, there are ways to screw yourself up, but it's fairly easy to notice soon enough that you can actually recover. I've had several instances where I'm like, oh, that's bad. And I was able to recover without completely crashing down, you know? So I wouldn't consider it super challenging, but there is a hard mode. And I've heard that the hard mode is pretty challenging. I haven't played it. This is my second playthrough. This is my second map of the game, so I don't know it inside out yet. I have never tried the hard mode. I've heard people who played a lot of it and who said that the hard mode is actually pretty challenging. So if you're looking for a challenge, I would recommend that. Although maybe not on your first save. That might be difficult if you go straight to hard mode. And so yeah, mostly it's managing droughts. You have what they call bad tides, where all your water sources turn into bad water sources, and so you have some automation levels that you can do. And the rest is just supply chain. The logistics works pretty well, so it's not even that hard. Because even games like RimWorld are so hard on easy. I don't think it's as hard. It's mostly a cute, relaxing city building game. It's not meant to be a huge challenge. And your only threat is the droughts and the bad tides, and they introduce them relatively progressively. You have time to get ready for them. And also, like, they happen on a relatively regular basis. So it's not like RimWorld where it's never going to throw at you like a 30-day drought followed by a 30-day bad tide immediately, where you're like, well, I guess I'm screwed. You know? Unless you're very, very well prepared. They do get longer over time, but they are fairly regular, and there is an interval with nothing in between. So you have absolutely the opportunity to be like, oh, I actually think I need more water storage. Okay, let's build a new dam or expand my dam and stuff like that. Mostly, I'd say if your colony dies, it will be self-made. It will be because, like, you made a mistake in the way you built the colony, where you didn't notice that you were running out of something that was putting you into a death loop, and you might not be able to recover from some of them. But yeah, it's on normal mode, it's absolutely fine. For someone with gaming experience like you, I have no doubt you won't be very challenged by normal mode. I have too much faith in you. I've seen you play games that I wouldn't even approach because I would be scared of them, Coco. I don't think it's misplaced faith. And there is space for derping, and that's fine, you know, in a game like that. Even if you have a derp, and it allows you to recover once again, so whatever. Let's see, how are they doing down here? Is this being built? Yeah, so one thing they introduced in the last update is tube rays for this tribe and zip lines for the other tribe. And so you've seen my beaver like zipping around the tube rays like that. And so right now I'm building a big underground network of tube rays. Because I don't like how it looks above ground, you know, these big lines. And also I have power shafts, so I have power generation with my water wheels, with my engines, and that's used by my industry. So, you know, to make planks from logs, to make metal, stuff like that, to build stuff. And transform food, things like that. And so you have these big power shafts that transmit the power across the map. And so I want to have them underground as well. And that's kind of fun because, like, you're building dynamite and stuff like that, and you go digging. And so I have my beavers, you know. For example, in here, I have my beavers come here, come down this mine shaft over here. All the way down here and travel inside the tunnels to go down here and go build my irrigation tunnels, for example. I'm putting down a few paths because they need to be close enough to a path to build stuff. So otherwise they wouldn't build that, they would say, oh, that's too far from a district. And so here you can see one finished part where you have the tunnel and the power shaft over here. And I even have over here a tube ray station that's underground to give access to my workers to the tunnels. And actually I need to extend the thing as well here. We're getting kinda close over here. That's exciting, actually. Because once they actually build this, then we are going to be able to have like half a loop already. I think I might dig maybe a new station over there. So I can work on this while this whole thing is functional already. Yeah, let's do that. So let's have... How much? It's no, it's a 2x3, not a 3x3. Sorry. And not a 2x4 either. Yep. So that's going to be my station. And this needs to be 3 high. Oh. Yeah, that's the bad part about it, is that the underground building is difficult to see what you're doing. Okay. So that should work. Yeah, and that will allow me to bring the beavers closer, because you see they run out of power halfway through here. And so that does not help for the construction. So let's tell them that this is important. And so when that's done, we can have like the tube ray going all the way here. I might actually have another tunnel bit here, so we can have the tube right here, and they can access both shafts initially. One thing I want to check. Right, so this connects here, I see. I'd like for them to get on building that. That I don't care about if you collect that, but I'd like for you to get on building it. At least this part, because that way it means they can start digging down here from the top as well. This has the same priority level as this. Okay. Okay, so this whole thing is now almost hydrated. That's absolutely great, because that's going to mean for us that we can start doing farming over here. What else? Mushrooms. How are we doing on mushroom? Not great, not terrible. How are we doing on feeding them mushrooms? We need more. Okay. So we can have another hydroponic farm down here. I already planned for it, so it's easy. I already built the access staircase and all of that. So there's absolutely no problem with that. And then I suppose if that's enough, that means on top of that we can have algae. The water storage is still full. Yeah, these are pretty full as well. So really the hydroponics is not too bad. So that's the last industry, food industry we've been working on. We have 2 left after that we haven't built. We haven't built algae, and yeah, so we need to do algae regions. We probably would need more oil industry for that as well. And then we need to do coffee agriculture. And like roasting the coffee and all that will be nice. Yeah, so here you can see that the water level in the dams is lowering slowly because I'm in the middle of a drought, so this is not being fed. And you see that some of the trees are drying because this is only irrigated by the fact that the dam is full usually. But the parts down here that are actively irrigated are perfectly fine. Oops, I'm choking myself. There we go. Better. And so yeah, also here I have power storage because of course the water wheels are not working during droughts. So I'm not producing as much power as I would usually. I only have the engines running, so these gravity batteries are helping me supplement the energy I need during the drought and time me over, basically. How is the other dam doing? Yeah, that's fine. I'm barely touching the water in here. I'm going to want to hydrate this whole area soon. I'm considering what I could do about this. I might need to make the dam higher for that though. There are solutions. There's one thing that's very interesting they introduced. You can build platforms and stuff like that. You can see them a little bit in action over here. I need to lower the level so see them. Oop, no. Well, I guess. So yeah, you have these big 5x5 platforms that you can build and like that are supported just by one thing. And you can build them like on top of each other and stuff like that. You can build dirt on them. And so you can basically do like artificial farms in the air. In my other save, I did that. I did like huge artificial fields out in the air. Was pretty fun. Oop, we almost pumped all the bad water here. I think we actually pumped all the bad water because this is below the sluice gates, so this is never gonna get on this side. It's just pooling at the bottom. Oh well. That's fine, we have storage tanks. I think we will be fine. What are the bots doing? 86. We used to have 99. But I think we had big wood issues. And so now we have this number of bots slowly crawling back up. Like basically we need the dip in production to age as the bots get replaced as fast as they're being produced, if that makes sense. And so yeah, we didn't go down further than 85, so at least there's that. But it means that, well, we have like 15 jobs that we would like bots to do that they are not doing. So I'm considering whether we should either make more bots, but that's like 100 more bots, because basically a bot factory supports around 100 bots, and that might be a strain on us. Or if we breed more beavers, which is a smaller increment, because we're going to need more people at some point. Like we have full employment at the moment. I think we put another breeding pod, honestly. We have the space in the habitation buildings. We have everything. We have the food, we have the space. We should just make another breeding pod. And another breeding pod is like 11 beavers. It's not that bad. And that means we can build more now, if we need to. Though to be fair, we have a large amount of builders and haulers. We could reduce the amount of builders, right? We could just pause that and oh look, immediately four beavers available. So that's one thing we can do, but I think we are employing them a lot. We have a lot of construction projects, so I'm not too keen on reducing that amount. So what's next is the question, I suppose. We could increase mushrooms just in case. Actually, this is not built yet. Please build me that. Should I put in a fourth one just to be sure? Probably. Worst case scenario, we can always turn it off if we see that we're producing way too many mushrooms. So you can be mushrooms. And then I suppose we want to build algae. Let's do 4 algae. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Algae? Algae? I don't know. Okay. We are going to need storage for that. Large warehouse. Ah, perfect. That lines up perfectly with the... I didn't think about it when I built the access staircase, but it actually lines up perfectly, so very happy about that. So we can store the algae over here. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're here. Okay, perfect. I'm pretty sure we're using all the oil we're producing, right? Because these are producing 1 oil every 1.3 hours. So, like I have every hour and a half roughly, I have 2 oils. And here I'm consuming 3 oils per hour and a half. So yeah, I'm definitely using all I have. And so what I can do here is probably just produce more oil and maybe double the amount of oil. And then I can have another food factory that deals with the algae. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to want power. Let's see. Where does power connect on this? I think on the side here. So I'm going to want power to come above here. Well, you know, like this will do. And then the food factory for the algae packaging, algae rations. And then we can just have oil presses back there. I have a surplus of canola seed, so I'm not worried about that right now. But if need be, we can plant more. We have some space available. Should I? That would be annoying. No, let's stay like that. That's fine. I suppose one thing I could do could be move the oil press to here to transmit the power to this building. Should I? I think I'm going to leave it like that right now, both for aesthetic purposes and because, well, as annoying as it is to have these power shafts over here, And I'm like, oh, I could replace it with that. I don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it. Okay, so we are going to make more oil. We are going to make algae rations. We are going to need to pause these buildings once they're built, because that's going to be a lot of people. Although I suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Technically I can take it. Technically I should be able to take it. This is progressing well. You see here we have another wall that's coming in. It's because my plan here is to take this second bad water source and divert it. At the moment it's pouring over here. I want to divert it back in my dam and enjoy more bad water just for me and more current delivered into here. I think what I'm going to do once I have that is actually have the clean water source come back here and irrigate all of that. Because then I don't think there's going to be bad water contributing over here anymore. Until pretty far, actually. Let's see, what other bad water sources would there be? Is there one over here? I don't think so. No, that's a clean water, is it? Yeah, that's another way out for the clean water source. Oh, we are going to have to block that. I didn't notice that. Good thing I looked. Uh-oh. That would have been bad. How do we do that? Well, I suppose we can just have levees over here. Actually, not this. Because we can destroy that, and that's going to be what activates basically pouring the bad water in here. Okay. So this should seal off the part over there. And so that means that the clean water is going to be able to come over here and get out over here. And come over there and get out over there. Okay, so that's all clean water. How about here? Is there any bad water source over here? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. So that's going to all be fed by clean water and it's going to escape over there. And it's just going to merge over here with the water that comes through here, which is going to be the bad water. And is there any bad water up there? Possibly. Let's see. No, that's clean water. So that's clean water. Over here is the bad water that we are sending ourselves this way. And the clean water that we are rejecting overboard. And over here we might have another bad water source. No, no, no. It's not a bad water source. There are bad water sources over there though. Okay. So there are these two bad water sources in these two lakes here that I suppose pour down here and pour over here. And this one... I think pours down here and then down here and rejoins. Right. Okay. So this is not just the bad water I sent there, but that's going to be all the bad water on the map, basically rejoining at the last moment with the clean water. Hey, that's pretty nice. There's going to be a lot of things that receive clean water. I like that. So yeah, that's kind of my plan here, is to slowly conquer the map. And re-irrigate stuff and transform it in my image, basically. I have also, you might have noticed, like ruins over here. These are ruins of cities left behind by the humans. I've cleared a few of them already. Those silly humans, they destroyed their own planet. They don't know how to properly exploit the planet. Clearly. We're gonna show them. Oh, this is almost built? That's exciting. How about down here? Aha. So we do need to do the last bit here. Let me cancel that for a moment. And we're going to have a 2-tall platform in here. So we may rebuild, re-tunnel, I suppose. You can be high priority. And over here we can have wooden stairs that are going to be high priority so they can access the 3rd floor bar. This can be a two-way. Alright, and so as soon as that's dig properly, then we can build the station and then we build the tube-way all the way over here. Is the stairs high priority? Yes, it is. Good. How about that? Ooh, the drought ended. Perfect. Ooh, this almost rejoined. Nice. Alright. Let's go. So now that the drought has ended, all the sources are starting to generate water again. And so everything's going to go back to its full state. But as you can see, it didn't affect us much. A few days of drought is not a problem for us anymore at that point. Hey, look over there. How are you doing? Oh, the beavers treating me pretty nicely, As you can see, we are expanding the empire. We're starting to work with the bad water source here. We're building a bad water dam. That's the first time I build a bad water dam, but like we had 10 deep bad water pump, and it wasn't quite cutting it some of the time. So I decided to build like a proper dam that can keep a lot of bad water during drought and have like 20 pumps if I need them. And while doing that, we turned this whole lake, which was bad water, into an entire clean water lake. So that's pretty fun. We're doing a lot of terraforming at the moment. And we're starting to plan to get, so like this dam is currently fed by a bad water source that's right here. And we are moving into trying to capture this bad water source to have more flow to generate power for us. We finished today a power shaft, so we have a tunnel here. All the flow from the lake and this source and soon this source is redirected over here, goes through here and powers all these water wheels for us. And so yeah, we're going to have 2 bad water sources feeding that. And this clean water source, eventually we're just going to have it feed this whole area with clean water, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. You've never played, but this seems pretty neat. You didn't realize there were terraforming parts of the game. Yeah, it's kind of what the last update introduced. They introduced the ability to like build dynamite, to like remove blocks, to build tunnels. So if we look down here, we're currently building tunnels over here where we have shafts, and we are going to have transport infrastructure in here. And it's going to basically replace these above ground tubeways that you can see all the way over there, all the power shafts above ground that are kinda ugly, you know. I want to have them hidden below the ground, basically. It's going to allow me a lot more flexibility into like where the beavers come out and all of that. Astor's idea of fun is a lot different to mine. I like these games where you can play around with logistics and stuff like that. I do like them. So yeah, for example, here you see we have this big tubeway over there that's just there to reconnect the center of the city to this industrial area. And eventually I want to just have an underground tubeway for that. And so yeah, we're slowly building these nice little oh, common words, these nice little dams everywhere and rehydrating the whole map, all of that. You feel like you saw me doing some programming maybe on stream a few weeks ago. So playing with logistics for fun makes sense. Yes, I do some coding streams. Actually, we are going to be coding tomorrow. I'm working, actually, Coco, if you're still there, that might interest you in the future. I'm developing a Firebot, a Tiltify integration for Firebot at the moment. And so, yeah, the idea is that when streamers run Tiltify campaigns, so fundraising campaigns for charity, a lot of streamers do that through Tiltify. The integration would allow them to get events when somebody does a donation or when they reach a milestone or stuff like that directly inside Firebot and have Firebot interact with all that stuff. So for streamers that use Firebot, that's going to be very useful to have an easier time managing their charity campaigns. You should see me with Factorio or Satisfactory. I'm not too bad in Satisfactory, am I? But yeah, in Factorio, I enjoy playing with the logic. So I sometimes go on silly projects. I have, in my last Factorio save, I've built a system that basically you tell the logis systems like how much of what item you want in your network, in your logistic network, and it automatically like requests the items, so bots bring them to him and crafts them and changes the recipe. And so like you have a few crafters that can basically switch through all the recipes to craft the stuff that I need. It's kind of fun. I was pretty proud about it. Okay, so this should be connected by now, I think. Let's go have a look. No, it's still not connected. This is being built still. But hey, this is connected now. So we're almost there, like in 4 blocks we'll be there. That's great. How about this? Yeah, that's good. That's dug up. So here what we're going to do, you see we have an underground station over here. An underground tube station that's currently used by the workers to access these tunnels. We are going to move it over here. Is what's going to happen. So let's destroy all of that. And then we can build an underground tubeway station right here. That connects to this path. And of course these buildings are high priority. And so now the problem, I suppose, is gonna be the fact that, well, we're going to want to build a tubeway all the way over here once this is built. You'd love to, you haven't gotten too many streams, mostly a few months ago when I was playing Foundation. Yeah, I haven't played Factorio in a while on the channel. I want to return to it. The problem is there are just way too many great games. So I keep switching to new games instead of returning to the old games I want to continue playing. Astor is big nerd, but good at explaining why he does whatever he does. I try, it's super hard. It's really a skill I learned to appreciate in streamers since I started streaming. It's like putting together into words your thoughts and walking people with you through your thought process is so difficult. But it's a very interesting skill to have, but it's very, very difficult to do. I admire a lot more pro streamers since I stream. Oh. Almost there. That's good, that's good. Is the algae being built? Yes, it is. Good. And how are we doing on water? I feel like we might need a new water pump. Which isn't too surprising, to be honest. What is this levee doing down here? Is there something below it or something? No, it's just a random levee that's left from whatever we had before. That's fine. I'm thinking here maybe we remove this small tank, we build a big tank over here, and then we can dig that up to put more pumps in here. Yes. Let's do that. So build that high priority, please. Let's go, and then once this is built, we remove that and we can start building pumps over here. Actually, you can start emptying that one. Not saying you understand it all, but I'm good at explaining. Well, it's hard to have everybody understand everything, right? But yeah, if I can manage to help you understand more than you normally would, like if I'm coding or something like that, then that's already a win in my book. Although the problem I'm noticing with the development streams is that hang on, I can't talk and think at the same time. It's not gonna end well. Yeah, the problems with the development streams is that if you come in the middle of like the third or fourth stream working on the same program, it can be difficult to understand like the general thing. And so I don't know how hard it makes it to like follow. If that makes sense. Hopefully it's okay, but yeah, I guess we'll see. It's fairly new on the channel. I've done like 4 development streams so far. So it's a very new thing for us. And obviously we'll have to see in the long run how it goes. Yeah, right. So right now we are using a lot of water. We're going to need more water than that. Actually, what I'm going to do here... Yeah, these are going to be too deep. Yes. That way I can have pumps that pump directly in here. Okay, and this should be high priority. High priority kabooms incoming! Let's see, downstairs. Ah, that's connected, that's exciting. That means I can remove the above ground part for this whole T over here. Like this. This is a complete thing. Although I need to have the power shaft, but that's another matter. What about this? That's not too bad. That one's going to be annoying, actually. I'm considering... Yeah, I think we'll just go around. Which, actually... Let me do it like that. Easier. That's the whole reason why I have these underground stations initially. It's because it's a lot of manual work to go and have to put in a tube ray every time a new thing is built. Like, yeah. So I'd rather have them slowly walking down there to the station and have to put in a new station once in a while, if that makes sense. So now we need to remove the path over here, right here. Yes, without removing all the scaffolding. And the path down here, it means it's going to mean it disconnects the stuff down here. And that's good, because that's going to ensure that I don't have beavers that are getting lost like in the middle of the tunnels while I'm putting the stuff. So no, this can't be built because that's too far from a district, right? So nobody is going to come here. Aha. And that's nice, I can put in the path already over here. We good here? Everybody evacuated? Yes. Okay. So now we can put in a brand new tube ray all the way over here. And of course we're going to be able to remove that now. I suppose we can remove it right now, so at least we know that there's no beavers that are going in the shaft, because hey, there's stuff I can build right here. A hydrate! Ooh, yes, good idea. Ah. I suppose I can just build that one too. Although it's not urgent in any way, shape or form. And we should give this some level of priority. Hey. Just like that. So next up, we want the power shaft to make its way down here. So we need to remove the path, of course. And to be careful not to destroy the tube ray while we are doing it. And here we need to dig. That's, I can actually show you. That's the thing that goes all the way down here to the power shaft that's coming in here, right? And that's gonna be connected to what we're currently digging. Deep. Here we go. Is that water? No. I don't know why I thought I saw water here. Anyway. So, vertical power shaft all the way down here. Woof, woof. Okay, good. And then just power shaft. I suppose every here, they're over here. And yeah. Perfect. Yeah, we could fill this hole now, I suppose. There's no real point in keeping this hole open in the ground, you know. So let's backfill that. And so as soon as the power shaft is built, we can remove all of this, right? Here I'm thinking... Can we... maybe just put in a platform? Then we can have the tube ray straight here. Yeah. And then we can have a vertical tube ray right here, if need be, although I think I'm just going to remove all of that and put another platform above. You know? There's no real point in having anything else. Actually, I can do it right now. In preparation. There we go. And so when I remove that whole thing, it's going to feed from here, in here, and in here. And so this little bit can go, everything over here can go. Yeah. Actually, this whole branch can already go as soon as this comes in. Is there a certain goal the game builds toward, or is it sandboxy? It's fairly sandboxy, but there is technically an endgame thing, although the game is not finished, so it might change. But there is a monument, where is it? The Earth Repopulator, which is a very expensive building, and it costs a lot to run as well. But like the end game is when you run it, basically. Though I think right now I could probably do it, you know. It would take me a little while, but I could probably build it. The only negative thing is that I don't have enough in storage, so it would take me a long time of production. But I could, for example, put it on low priority, and so that it contributes to it only when it can build. But yeah, basically they just put in something very expensive to have an end game. But like my personal end game is not to build Earth repopulator. That's fairly easy. My personal end game would be more to say like conquer the map and like regreenify everything, and that would be probably a better long-term goal. See how much population your map can sustain, this kind of stuff. The Earth repopulator is the beginning of Beaver Satisfactory. Kind of, yeah. It's like, you know, saying that in Minecraft the endgame is when you beat the Ender Dragon. It's like, sure, they roll credit when you do that, but it doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Seeing the grain grow sounds very satisfying. Yeah, but it does take a long time. It is very slow progress. And you can absolutely not do that. You can totally go with the platforms and go completely artificial building, you know. Being like, hey, I'm going to make my flat sky factory. Very satisfactory, like, in that sense. Yeah, look at that. This is all regriffified, so the roads here are the network that I have built underneath of irrigation canals. So like one tile below this ground are these irrigation canals, and that regrinified this whole thing here that was dead, and now we can go and farm over here. Which we will. We will. What are we doing? Is this running? Not really. This is eggplant rations. Oh. Yeah, right. I haven't... Oh. Okay. So. We need large warehouses. We need 2 of them. This one is gonna be for the algae. And this one is gonna be for the algae rations. Right? This should have eggplant and eggplant rations. Is there no canola nearby? Oh, come on, Alastor. No canola storage? Canola seeds. Alright, let's go. So. Two high platforms. Let's go. I've misclicked. on. And I might want to have a transport hub above. I don't know. We'll see. I'm building big skyscrapers in this game a lot. And so this one is going to obtain the goods. Same as this one should be obtaining the equipment. Alright. How are we doing here? Oh, this is finished. Perfect. So now instead of being opened, this is closed unless downstream depth is above 3.5. And so now we are going to fill this whole thing with bad water. And then it's going to overflow over here and then go back to overflowing over here. So for a little while we're going to reduce the amount of power production because we're not putting out any bad water anymore over here at the moment. Because right here we have a depth of 0.5 behind that dam, and so the dam is 0.65 high. So the water's not high enough for the dam. Next up, I might want towers for the bots. Control towers, you know? Oh, possibly just over here. Or over here would be fun. On top of the dam. I do like the idea of building it on top of the dam. It's going to look cool. So let's build a little platform over here. And we can have the control tower on top of the platform, you know? Ain't that fun? I think that looks super cool. Yeah, that's going to look cool. Okay. And then maybe we can have another one over here. Well, maybe we can... Technically, these are not needed anymore because this is a freshwater lake, right? So these are pollution barriers, well, irrigation barriers. They prevent the polluting water from doing this to the soil, which make it infertile behind them. Because before this was a polluted water lake, so I want to prevent my stuff over here from being polluted, but this is a clear water lake now, so I don't care anymore. And yeah, we can make the beavers slightly more efficient. The robo beavers, specifically, slightly more efficient in this whole region. Something like that? Yeah. And so this consumes science, which I love as a concept. because it means I have a sink for the science instead of at some point being like, I don't care about producing it anymore. They consume, well, they won't tell me here. They consume 3 science per hour, so basically one of these feeds 3 towers. And so here I added another number cruncher relatively recently in prevision because I wanted to build these towers, so now we're adding them in, is what's going on. Okay, how are we doing here? This is built. So I suppose here we can just destroy this. Let's go. Alright. So now they go through the underground if they want to come down here. It makes their trip slightly longer, but barely. And soon we are going to remove this anyway. Very soon. Come on. I think the game is not liking what I'm doing to it. Okay. So we have the power shafts in, we need to bring the power back up at some point. And feed the stuff with it, basically. Well, I suppose I don't really need to bring it back up because I have the power shaft right here, technically. I could just connect it, right? Yeah. So let me see here. I want to have the power shaft go above the path. So I can do this and then a vertical power shaft here. Right next to the vertical transport tube. And then I can just have a power shaft connecting here. And that's connected to the rest of the base because this is my main power shaft. So technically I don't even need to bring the power back up from downstairs over here. And as soon as this is built, then I can just go and destroy the bridge. I'll remove the footpath, but there's no point in it, really. I don't think any beaver uses the footpath unless something is badly broken. Because like there's a tube ray station over here, there's a tube ray station over there, it's always going to be faster to make this trip from one to the other than to take it by foot. This needs to be removed. Right? Perfect. I'd almost... that's not a bad idea actually. I'd almost reopen this and feed this back. Yes. 100%. Let's do that. It's better for everything. Even for the power shaft it's better. And so that means we want to blow this back up. Open. Well, maybe I tunnel that one. Sure. Okay, so this is filling up nicely, very slowly. But I suppose there's a lot of volume in here, because there's a whole gallery down here that has to fill up. So, you know, it takes a while. Alright. This can be detonated. So that's what I was talking about with terraforming. Like you can blow up blocks and build dirt and stuff like that. So these are blocks I placed earlier. And so now I'm blowing them back up. And actually we're going to place blocks now because we need to seal this. So how do I do that? Have the path above, but aside from that I can just basically take out these platforms and seal it with dirt. So let's do that. So let's seal this. Oh, aha. We're going to flood stuff below, but that's fine. It's going to dry out at some point, probably. It's clear water, I'm not going to contaminate my beavers or anything, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, so I'm filling up this whole shaft here. Which is fine for the most part, because, well... Oh, I'm feeling that too. How is this progressing? Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We're almost there. Are we flooding this a bit? Will be fast. Alright, so this is sealed. Do I do the same over here? Yeah, I do the same over here. Let me... Oof. I'm going to cut the power shaft for a little while. That's okay. Let's put them on high priority though, so I don't waste that time. Then I can have a path. Go one level higher, if the game will let me. Yes. Here I can have a platform, because that's my access point. And then we can reconnect the shaft. And so you're a high priority thing. Next question, why is this flooding? Shouldn't be flooding, I think. Should it? Why is this whole thing flooding? Like, this is all the same level. What's going on here? Oh my god. That's a lot of stuff flooded. The what? Why? Why are you flooding? Oh no. Oh no, I misread that. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense from that point of view. Undo? Oops. Oopsie. Alright, so let's put back some terrain blocks here. I broke it, yes I did. I absolutely did. No, I'm not going to put back some terrain blocks. I'm going to put back some dams. That way, like, you can have water that comes down here, that's fine. No, we need to unbreak it. So what I was doing was in fact correct. More you know. Hey, you know what? It's just an excuse for kabooms, really. More kabooms. But it's clear water that's flooding it, so that's okay. The most annoying part is that it's flooding the swimming pools. Probably high priority kabooms, because I want to reseal the shafts below. Yep, just like that. Thank you. And so this is also high priority. So here I'm just putting in like some metal plates basically that make it so that this platform doesn't let the water through. That's what I had before. And so no, this shouldn't flood. Slowly but surely. And so this will send a little bit of water down here, but it should be okay. I guess another way to do it would be to have like a barrier right at the terrain change. Probably best way to do it actually, so let me do that. And then we're going to remove these. You might break some stuff above, but that's not fine. Yep. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. I have new bad water buildings. And I have the dam online. And once these dirt blocks are online, then I'll be fine. And I can put back a decontamination pod over here. It's fine. And then I can remove these dams. It ensures that this is always going to hydrate this whole area, but it's not going to overspill because it's going to go over the dam here. Oh, talking about going over the dam. Here we go. We have a poopy waterfall. Would you look at that? A poopy waterfall. Nice. Love it. I think the dirt's okay. So I think we can remove that now. Let's go. And this shouldn't float this time. And now instead of having like dirty water down here and being in a bad environment, they have nice clean water at their feet. Look at that nice storage of poopy water. Okay, so next on the agenda is this section. They deserve it, yeah. They do. Especially since if they're sick, it probably means I gave them very, very inconvenient orders. So first of all, I don't want this bad water to go over there. I'm going to build levees here. Something like that, I think. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to do pretty much the exact same thing right here. That means in terms of path, we are going to draw a path right here. We are going to prevent a few of these from being built so that we don't actually block the current for now. Because if we were to do that right now, we would have a problem. Because this would go inside here. Well, I don't know that we would have a problem actually. Maybe not. Maybe it would be okay. Actually, I take that back. It might just be okay. I think what I'm going to want to do here though is have like dam blocks like in line with these, if that makes sense. So let me remove these 4 blocks. That is gonna cause problems. But that's okay, it just means that my overflow is going to go that way instead. While the dam blocks are being built. Oh, actually it's gonna go that way, yeah, that makes sense. But that's fine. So this is being built. And your high priority for the dam blocks. And so what's going to happen here is we're going to contain all the water, it's going to flow in here. And then it's just going to flow over here, right? It might contaminate the water in there. Yeah. Because I forgot that I haven't built this wall yet. Give these a slight priority level. Sleepers, oh no! I'm being threatened by sleepers by chat. Yeah, so unfortunately we're going to slightly pollute the lake for a little while. But it's temporary. It's only temporary. You're going to bed. Someone keep Alastor from streaming all night, please and thank you. Noot noot. Have a great night, Cody. Yeah, I shouldn't stop in too long because I'm streaming again tomorrow, so, you know, I do need a break in between streams. And also I'm going to need to go get dinner at some point, but I'd like to finish this little dam system. Isn't just streaming tomorrow? She is, but I think I'm going to stream earlier than she is. So worst case scenario, I'm going to come in a little bit late. Yeah, that's right, I forgot about that, but yeah, you're right. Jess is streaming. She's cooking with Elana. I'm thinking I'm probably going to raid into them. Something like that. I'm probably going to make it an early stream around noon or 2 p.m. and it's going to be a coding stream anyway, so it might be a little bit shorter. Don't know if it's Jess or Elana who's streaming. If it's the same as the last attempt, it was Elana that was supposed to be streaming. And I expect it's gonna be the same. Yeah. Same as Spark. I am under the impression that it's only Elana streaming it. We'll see, I suppose. But yeah, I'm going to try to stream relatively early and raid into them probably. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Have a great night, Cody. Come on, we need to unpollute the lake. Go, go. Go, go, beavers! Beavers, go, go! Oh? Are we good? Well, I suppose it depends. It's probably going to overflow on both sides, so I still expect some water to come over here. And so, yeah, once we've done that, and we've done that, then we can close this. Okay. How about here? So this is powered. Nice. So now I can remove this, right? This is removable. Yes, yes. This comes out of the ground over here. I suppose I might want to reconnect it over here to have a direct path. Then I need to remove the tube from this section. Perfect. Oh, yeah, I suppose I can live in the footpath. For now. Okay. So now we should see a lot of traffic underground. Yeah, look at that. All the traffic that was going above ground now is going underground over there. Love it. Love it, love it. This is all full of water. And hey, look, this is in service. The tube station is actively working now. So they're back to work. On both sides, actually. That's perfect. Okay, so question. Where does this line up? Okay, so I think it lines up slightly below, well, in front basically of the station, doesn't it? Wait. It lines up, so the path here lines up between the 4 and the 5, right? Yeah. So that lines up between the 4 and the 5 as well. So what I can do now is... Oop, that was a bit too enthusiastic. I can dig down here. Where was it? Here? I think that's the one. Is it? Yes. And I should land right next to the footpath. Wait. On the kind of triangular intersection, okay. Oh my god, that's deep. That it? Oh wait, I end up right above? Okay, misjudged that. Do I? Apparently I do. Let me check that it's correct on the all the way. Yes, it is. Well, alright. Fine then. And so that also means that we could dig here and bring power if we want to, right? This could be a very good power shaft. Amazing. And so the underground tunnel is getting a direct connection to the habitation area. And now we're going to start being able to get rid of these above ground lines. Just as we did here, and look how much better that looks already. That makes a huge difference. So this is filling up. Come on, you can do this. I almost want to start bringing a tube ray over here. Wish I could. We've done that before. It would help a lot. Yeah. Hmm. No, I kinda want to do it. Okay, fine, I'll do it. If you insist. Oh no, that's not what I meant. If you insist, brain. Alastor being like, oh, shiny. No, I want it. That it? Like that. Okay. But wait. Ah, like that. Right here. Okay. Uh. Yep, that's correct. Perfect. And then maybe This, possibly? Oh, wait. This. Alright. And finally, yeah. I'm going to want one over here. How is it going to do in terms of height? That seems okay. Oh yeah. Bing! Bing, bing. Look at that. Poof, poof. The tube station. And no, that's probably my highest priority. Because, well, being able to transport the materials on site is more important than actually building the thing, right? If the workers can't get on site, it's kind of a problem. So first build the transport mode, second build the build. I'm thinking here we might dig down. Yeah, we should probably dig down here. Poof, poof, poof. Tunnel right here. That's perfect. That way we can remove the above ground part here. Because right now the only reason for this to exist is that we have these access points here. Because we go out of the ground over there. And we would need to backtrack all the way. So if I just dig down here, then all of this is completely unnecessary. Wait. It probably means that all of this is unnecessary too, isn't it? Or do they not connect? No, they will connect. Yeah. So it probably means that as soon as both sides are built here, we're good. Are we still good on this? Yeah, it's just waiting to be built. So if we reconnect here, we can take this whole bridge down. The only thing that needs to stay is the bridge to the iron mine. But that's okay. Love that. Yeah, it's absolutely great. Okay, what about here? This is actively being built. That's good. What are they building right now? They're building the tubeways on this first bridge over here. This might need... yeah. Okay. So, over here we are going to give them a little bit of help by doing this and putting in these two. So they build these, that means they can build these. They would need to at least be able to build this, but I could just put a stair that would allow them to reach. But here at least they're going to be able to build both of these, and that's going to help. It's going to speed up the process basically. I don't know how necessary it is in the grand scheme of things because I'm doing it way too late. But that's fine. This is still overflowing a little bit. It's because it's overflowing on the side. Actually, I see. So if I replace this, what I could do would be to do something like that. Oof. What is this? That's a tubeway. Why is there a tubeway right here? Random tubeway left in the middle. Yeah, so if I just put a dirt block over here, it's going to block the flow in this dam, and that should I think unflood this stuff. Oh, by the way, we worked on the water pumping and then we stopped working on it. Very bad idea. We have kabooms to do. Aha. So, let's put in 1 or 2 more water pumps. I think 2 should be fine. How are these doing? The algae is at 0. What are we doing in terms of feeding algae ration? We are not. Why are we not? Why is nobody being fed algae rations? I don't get algae here? Why? Canola seeds, algae ration, algae. Why is it not building them? Making them? I don't get it. Also I'm lost. Oh. I need water and I produce algae. What's the problem here? Oh, maybe it's just very slow? I haven't had algae produced at all yet? Yeah, that might be the case. This might be the first generation of algae being grown. Yeah, that would make sense actually. Oh my god, this is all turned into poopy water. That's no good. That's built, so let's destroy these. And so now we're just waiting on the tubes being built on both sides to be able to build this final overhang and the final section. Actually, they're building the overhang over here too. Oh, it is in. Okay. So once this tube is in, they can start working on this overhang. And then we're good. Alright. Who are we over here? This is still being built. Yep. How about this shaft? Still being built as well. But we're getting there. But also it's quite deep, so it's going to take a while. Why is this not being built? Oh. Yeah. About that. Okay. Let's see. It's fine. We're just going to do it like that. I suppose this is high priority now too. Or at least as high priority as this. Alright. How is my anti-flooding going? Yeah, that worked. Very good. That's being built. What about these? What do I do about these? I think... Let's see, what level again? This one is where I have my holes. Yeah, in the external wall, right? So that would be at this level behind the building. Which is technically right now a pathway, but it's not an essential one, it can be removed. Also, why is this oriented that way? It should be reversed really and go below. That would make a lot more sense. Okay, so I think the plan here is we turn that around and at the same time we start digging over here. Okay. So first of all we turn this station around because it has really no reason to be oriented that way. It's kind of stupid. Next, we want to dig down. I think right above this, yeah. And so we want to dig down. Tunnel right here. Ah! Sometimes the game like hangs for a second and it causes you to misclick, which is annoying. Okay, and then we're just going to have to replace that at the opportune moment with an underground one, but that's going to be fine. And so we're going to replace this whole column over here and just like have a tube go out here. And then we can like reconnect to this and replace this whole thing. And then that means that from below, probably we're going to want a tube ray that goes straight over there, right? And actually that goes across too. Like, is there a reason for it to shift and reshift and all of that? We could go straight here. Yes. We do want to go straight here, I think. Well, I suppose we're already going kinda straight with this one. So, oh. We remove... hang on. Let me make sure I don't remove the wrong one. This one. Yes. And so that means we remove this one. Rebuild it. Like that. You're an important one. Okay, that's easy. Well, technically I can even... do that, right? That's kind of fun. And even reconnect. The only thing is this path thingy. But it was temporary to build. The tunnel. It was a temporary structure, so it was never meant to stay, really. I'm trying to distinguish. Where is this reconnecting down? It might not. In which case we might remove this path block. Like have stairs here. Like that. Just so it reconnects. And then that means we can remove this whole thing. Yeah, and that's just same construction path. Never meant to stay. It was just there so the beavers could go and place blocks. Okay, that's clearing up nicely. We have one less monstrosity in the middle. I love that. This is built so they can finally get onto this. Look at that. Ain't that great? Okay, what's going on here? So you can be a levy, I suppose. Like this is absolutely fine. That way stuff can be built around. This should finally stop the contamination of the whole lake. Which is admittedly less contaminated than the pure contaminated water, but still. Aha, here we go. Almost there, almost there. This should be the highest priority, I feel. By the looks of it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, beavers. I believe in you. I believe. Aha, 11 of 12. Come on, the last one. Before it starts overflowing. Yay! Okay, so right now we should have mostly clear water coming out here. Yep. No more bad water over there. That's great. And no, we recleaned the lake. We reclaimed the lake. Love it, love it. Which means, of course... yeah. This it should mean that we can finally build that. Let's unpause these. As soon as this section is built, the water's going to come down here. There will be that much water in my water wheel. That much more water in my water wheels. Can talk. Know how to talk very well. And this whole thing should dry out. Basically. Because this is the only affluent bad water source. Up until here. And even here, like, it's mostly clear water. Right? Well, I say mostly clear. Slightly unpolluted is probably a better word. Oh, this whole thing is getting flooded. Kinda impressive. So we will redirect the clear water once this is done. And once the lake is cleared too, we should wait for the lake to be cleared, I think. Unfortunately, because it's going to take a while. It's a lot of water that we have polluted in there. Otherwise, it's always going to stay polluted. Right. Oh. Progress. Very quick progress. And this is in service, by the way. We haven't watched it, but like, the beavers are now coming through here. Talking about shafts being in service. How are we looking over here? We have one piece left to be built. It's basically just liking a builder. Come on. Do I need to put it on high priority to get a builder to finish this single piece? Oh. Oh, oops. So here I'll be able to... Well, I can already, basically. There we go. So I can demolish this whole thing and this whole thing here. And that, of course. Let's go. So that's all connected underground, right? And it connects to that. And no. Over here. What are we doing? Oh. Hehe. Ooh. That was a good one. Okay. So, This transport, please. Vertical tube ray. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Up. And that's a high priority build, if I've ever seen one, because that's a main connection to my habitation quarter that I just destroyed. So, you know. Slightly sensitive one. Slightly. Uh-huh. This is built all the way over here. I probably want it further, don't I? Probably want to go at least over here. Where is it lined up? It's lined up on this road. Yep. So I'd say probably let's do buff. Like that. Yes. Okay. And so of course I need the path to go all the way over here. Over there. I can talk. Alright. Oh. This is built. Oh my god. We might need... Are we going any further? Maybe not really, actually. Or at least not right now. Let's go, let's see. That ends up over here. If I see well. Let's see. Oh. So yeah, it lines up with this path. It lines up over here. So I suppose we can have something line up like this. Or actually, well, if we have the hole here, we might as well line up with this hole. Can we? Oh, that might be a slight miscalculation. Because we have the hole down here, and we're in the mountain here still. Is that a bad thing? Oh well. I suppose we can just line up like that. Hang on. I just lost where I'm supposed to line up. Right, so this is north. Due north. Right here. On this block. Oh no, Guppy's waterboarding the streamer again. Oh no. And stretching the streamer. Welcome back, Guppy. I do need more water. Here you go. And nice little sip. Ah! Wait, I lost the hole. Right here. Okay. Did I take a break? Yes, I did. It has been 8 hours, but I did take a break. And I'm going to end soon anyway. I need to. I don't want to. I want to continue playing with the beavers, but I need to. Unfortunately. Don't always do what you want, as it turns out. Why is there no path block? Not path here? That would explain why things weren't built. How about this one? Yes, yes. Let's destroy this whole thing. Then we cut this. And then we rebuild vertical tuber in its stead. And that's fairly high priority in the grand scheme of things. Okay, this is almost built, isn't it? The one below it is built, I think. Yep. So that's the last one. Nice. Which reconnects the whole habitation quarters to the whole tubeway system. Yeah, that disconnects these farms. Here we go. We're back. We are so back. So, no, you are connected to what? You're connected over there, and that's it for now. But yeah, this connection exists now, underground. Which means this bridge has become obsolete. Look at that. The stairs I did want to keep though. Didn't thank you. How about this? Well, I suppose that's fine. I can remove, like, these two, but I can't remove the bridge it's built on. But that's entirely fine. As for this, well, the farms are reconnected. And as soon as we reconnect over here, that's going to... Well, I suppose we could already start removing that. There's no absolute necessity for it anymore. As for this, it's never been used, so let's remove it. And yeah, as soon as we complete this, we can even remove that part. What am I working on building now? So I am in the phase where we are actually reconnecting a lot of the underground wall tubeways. So you can see here I had tubeways over here. I just removed these two. I had a long tubeway going all the way across here. Well, we'd already removed this section, but all the way across here we removed it, this section as well. So we're removing a lot of tubeway sections by basically just digging down, and like you can see an access shaft here that we just built, and we're just digging down and connecting to the underground lines. So not all are built. Like for example over here we're still building a bunch of stuff. But this whole thing is connected over here now. So we can connect that. And like you can see, this tubeway has a lot of traffic now. So a lot of the transport is happening underground now. And the other thing we're working on is grabbing this second bad water source here to feed in here, so we can basically have two bad water sources feeding into our power shaft, and just stopping grabbing the clear water source in the power shaft. Although when building this we did pollute this whole thing, and that's not great. How am I going to deal with that? What I can do is empty that. I can empty the whole lake. Well, not the whole lake, but like all the non-deep part of the lake. And that's already going to remove a lot of contaminated water. Well, it's okay, we weren't using the lake. It used to be polluted water. It's just that we accidentally returned it to that state that we had just cleared. Which is unfortunate, but you know, it's fine. I think actually, yeah, this is completed. So now next time when the drought ends, the water from this bad water source is going to come here, come in here, and feed in here, which means we can actually seal the dam here. And no better time to do it than in the middle of the drought. So that's perfect. How do I do it? I think I'm just going to have floodgates right here. These platforms gets removed. And I'm going to have a levee over here and a levee over. And this floodgate is going to be at height I1, which means that the dam is not gonna be allowed to go through the floodgate. Oh, happiness! We just beat a record in happiness. Thanks, I think, to the algae rations. That's another thing we just put in place relatively recently, is having algae rations being prepared. So we have hydroponics farms over there for mushrooms and for algae. And ooh, well, that's awkward. That's not connected to a power grid? What? What? What do you mean this is not connected to a power grid? This is out of power. Oh, did I disconnect the power shaft accidentally and forget to reconnect it? No, I would never do that. Mm-mm. That's not me. I blame the beavers. No wonder they're happy. They can't work anymore. They're like, oh, woot, vacation. First time in our lifetime. Alright, so we can reconnect the power to everything. And so the algae rations are being produced over here with oil that feeds it over there. Of course, only when stuff actually works. Oh, this is connected. Perfect. Perfect. So now this is connected to the underground. So I don't need a tube ray between here and there anymore. Which means... poof. And a poof. And a poof. And a poof. What the hell is going on over here? Oh, that's a too high one. Yeah, sure. I'm just going to cancel it by hand so I don't destroy the stairs that go with it. Yeah. This looks weird, but that's fine. And here we go, one more area that looks a lot cleaner. If you ignore the debris everywhere. So this is slowly emptying. Okay. Man, that takes a while. But it's a lot of water, to be fair. It's a huge lake. So everything's reconnected. How are we doing on power? That's a good question, actually. Yeah, we're not producing enough power. And we have depleted the gravity batteries with our shenanigans. That's fine. We'll survive. We will, I swear. Well, probably at least. So one exciting thing we did is this vertical tubeways goes all the way to the underground network, right? And this is the habitation block. So that's where 173, 74 beavers go sleep every night. So that's giving a lot of traffic to the underground network directly. Next. So I'm thinking here, I'm going to want an underground one right here. To connect this station, right? Although I might put an underground one right here, and I can sidestep and connect it like that. I can sidestep under the path. My god. You scared me. Oh, come on. I need to learn the shortcut for changing elevation. That would help a lot. I know there is one, but I haven't learned it. Okay, and then we're going to be able to connect that. That's gonna be excellent. Yeah, perfect. And then that allows us to have like the main ugly one removed, right? Also, should we prolong that all the way over there? Probably. Probably, but it means digging. I think that can be done actually. Yeah. Let's see. If I put 2 tubes like that, then I can dig. I can dig this and dig that. No, this doesn't need to be dug. Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Actually, this can be a vertical one. And that way I can go up. And this is going to allow me to reach all the way up here. And so now I can dig this and then continue this that way. How far from the mine does it need to be? 2 from the mine. I need to stop. So basically here. And this, of course, can go like this. Let's go. And so here I can have my other underground station basically flipped. The most important ones for me would be these ones, please. If you don't mind. So I can give my instructions for the rest afterwards. Beaver Fortress! A bit, yes. Very much Beaver Fortress. Or when they're being stupid, it's more like Dwarf Fortress. Or Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress I suppose works better. Hydrate. Hey, Sally. Thanks for the hydrate. How are you doing? Alright, so now they can build that and they can go dig hole. Oh, my beavers are doing great. We are finally reconnecting the underground path to the surface, so you can see here all the rubble everywhere where I've destroyed these big ugly iron lines. And we have made a big dam of poopy water. And we just finished capturing this second bad water source, which is going to be used for both pumping poopy water and feeding. Oh my, Spud! How are you doing? Thank you for the raid! You scared me! By decree of Lord Puddington, we are wrangling our way into this noble stream. Welcome in, everybody! Hey Rory, hey Sele, hey Blitzy, hey Spud! Hey Blacklight, sorry, I almost missed you. I reshuffled my interface, my OBS interface, to have more space for chat, but it's still too small for a raid of so many lovely people. Oh, my beavers, they're doing great! They're doing great, thank you! Look at this lovely, lovely colony. We're in the middle of a drought right now, so you may see a few dry trees. But we have a number of fun projects going on. We have just finished bringing water to this whole plateau. If you remember, last time you may have sown it, it was all dried and so we have irrigation canals that follow this road pattern here below. We are reconnected. We have been building a whole underground transport network that you can see here. And so you can see beavers going across the network over here. And more importantly, into the main way over here. And so we've been connecting today a lot of different stations to this underground network. You can see a ton of rubble where we had aerial lines, much like this one. We are currently building the underground one that is going to replace this. Or this one, which is also in the process of being replaced over here. and all of that. And finally, the other project we're doing right now is we've built this big dam of poopy water or bad water. We have captured a source of bad water that's down here for pumping for us, and also um, for feeding the power shaft, the big shaft. So all this water, bad water that's being produced in excess of what we need for the dam is being brought here and brought all the way here in these water wheels, and is going to generate a lot of power for us. And thing we just finished during this drought actually is capturing this bad water source. Initially it was going over here and pouring out over here and filling all these water channels all the way over there before going out of the map. You can see a little bit of bad water over here still. And we just finished blocking off this, and now it's going to go within our dam and it's going to go feed the shaft. Cheers for the shorty outie. Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for joining in, everybody. Oh, you were playing LA Noir again. How did it go? So, yeah, welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, I am Alastair. I'm very happy to have you there. And, yeah, I play a lot of games like that, logistics-oriented games like this, like Factorio, like Satisfactory, stuff like that. Although this is more colony building than logistics in a way. And I play also a lot of puzzle games. At the moment we are playing Blueprints. And one thing I started doing recently is we all are also doing a software development stream. We're going to do that tomorrow for this week, where we will be coding an integration for Firebot to integrate data from Tiltify charity campaigns into Firebot and raise events into Firebot when people make donations, when you reach milestones and stuff like that. So basically to help the streamers who use Firebot better integrate their donation campaign or in an easier way to their stream with visual effects and chat messages and all of that. So yeah, you figured it would be a fun way to return from the holiday break. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. LA Noir is a great game. I need to play it one day. Esther is so cute and wholesome, but then you see his gothic fun masterpieces. Is this even the same person? Maybe it's not. How would you know? Thank you so much, Cele. This is a great compliment. So yeah, we have a clear water source down here underground. And so what's going to happen here when the drought finishes is the clear water is going to come back over here. We had a little bit of an accident. We mixed a lot of poopy water in there. But so it's going to basically dilute this quite a bit. And what we were doing previously is we were sending this water over here. Now what we're going to do is we are going to send it back out over there. And this whole thing is going to become a clear water thing, right? Maybe it's two Alastars? I don't know. I need to ask the other one what he thinks about it. Maybe it's more than two, actually. For all I know. So let's see here. Yeah, so we're digging underground tunnels. Over here is a lot of what we're doing at the moment, because we're trying to reconnect a lot of this stuff. So we are digging right below this station here. We want basically to connect this tube-way station to the underground network. Right now it's connected only to the above ground, so we've dug this and this. And we have a shaft going all the way down there. Yep. Perfect. So, what we're going to do here is demolish this scaffolding. It's going to demolish the whole column of scaffolding. That's fine. We can destroy this tubeway. And we can replace it by a vertical tubeway. And then we come back all the way to the surface. And we build vertical tubeways all the way to the surface. One higher? Yes. And we can also remove this. And remove that. And then we need 2 more vertical tubeways. Perfect. And then we can put a path back right here. And this whole thing is going to be need to be built fast. Because it's kinda urgent. It's like the main station. Hence the sense of emergency. And once we have that, we can remove this tubeway, aerial tubeway way that's in the middle of the city. Actually, we can probably remove it right now because it's disconnected. So, cares. Here we go. Perfect. Look at that, the city looks so much cuter like that, doesn't it? 1 AM warning, yeah, I'm going to need to go, because I want to stream relatively early tomorrow, and that's not gonna happen if I go to sleep at 5 AM, you know. That is a good point. A very good one. Yes, very cute. Thank you. I'm not cute! Let's see here. We can demolish this whole thing. That's good. So here we have path that we had to build to dig the hole. We just need to remove the path without destroying everything else. That's going to be a bit of a challenge here. I do still have some digging to do. How do I deal with that? You know how I'm going to deal with that? I'm going to deal with that by digging. By digging even more. Like this? Yes. Aha. High priority kabooms. High priority kabooms and high priority kabooms. And we're going to have a tubeway station over there instead of over here. Yes. And if they go fast enough, we can even probably like put a little vertical tubeway like somewhere in the middle. Yeah, just like that. Although we are going to need to cancel that for a little bit. That means I think I can destroy these two. No, just this. No. I think this is... no. Oh, yeah, the planning for the third one. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't really need to do that, did I? Well, that's fine. It's okay, I can be stupid once in a while. Okay, so here what we're doing right now, if you're confused, we're digging 2x3 by 3 high hole, which is the space we need to put in a tube station. And so we're just going to empty this, put in a tube station over here, and then that means that if this cannot, like, we can have a tube race that goes straight here then, basically. And meanwhile we can plan this. So we have one that goes over here, and then we have tube rays that go over there. Connect here. And then we can have vertical tube rays all the way back up. Oof. I suppose for now you can connect here. And so now they're going to build this whole thing, and it's going to be a whole new thing. Oh, stupid beavers. Can't believe it. Ah, that's what happens when you ask beavers to do things. That require a brain. So... yes, you're stuck inside the tube. Very, very clever beaver. We good? Come on, what do you mean you're stuck? Oh my god. I'm going to murder them. They popped down there. They popped downstairs instead of popping up. So stupid. I can't believe it. Come on, build this. Crazy beavers. Alright, at least while they're freeing up their friends, we can demolish the structure over here and put in a station. We good? We good. They got it out of their system. Good. No, they didn't. What do you mean? There's two beavers at the exact same places where I just freed them. Oh. Beavers can be exhausting, I swear. Come on, build the stairs. We good this time? Yes, no, maybe? Yep. Where are you going? Oh well, I suppose that works. Sure, you know what? Build them. While you're at it, you can even have a bit of a tunnel here. Because they can build above them for 2 tiles. And so they decided that, of course, well, they should build all of this section. Because they have stairs to go down now. Right? Right? But at least they're not blocking their retreat from one to the other, so I suppose we let them do that. Do we really do that? No, we don't. Because we're just going to remove that station in like 30 seconds, so there's really no point. Actually, we should remove the station right now. Because they can access from here. So, Same difference. Okay? They good? We good, I think. I put by the support structure. And no? What do you mean I can't? Oh yes, there's path over here. Forgot about that? Let's go. Trap each other. You'll see they're going to manage to trap each other. I bet it. Oh, no, they didn't. Oh, that's impressive. That's almost impressive. Alright, so now they can access here and continue building over here. And they can also go building over there. Which is exactly what we want. Is this connected down? I don't think it is. No, it's not. And what a waste. Oh, come on. Hang on, let me look up what the key binding is to decrease the level. Ba, 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 ba. Increase brush height. Wait, so we have dollar and accent circumflex. Okay. Okay. So if I do this, no. Why is it not working? Key bindings? Oh, raise and lower visible layer. Sorry. So Alt scroll. Up or down. Okay. So. Aha. And so we can have them directly do that, right? And that way we connect the water thingy directly to the underground. And that removes this whole bridge over here when we do that. Like this becomes obsolete, this becomes obsolete, this becomes obsolete. So obviously very high priority kabooms. Oh, not bad, not bad. Last one, I believe? Oh no. Last one for good? Uh-huh. Just the explosives left, and let's go! Kaboom! Nice. Yeah, I need to remember this shortcut because that's very useful. Perfect. And bad water, bad tide ended too. Nice. Oops. Going the wrong way. Let's go. And this whole thing becomes a high priority building. And so the drought has ended. So this is starting to make water. This is starting to make water. And this is starting to make water as well, which does not change much because this was pretty full. Oh, although we did consume like too high. But now all the water from here is going to come over here instead of going over there. And that's going to be a very important change. And this whole thing is going to mix with the bad water left here. Hopefully it's going to turn into mostly clear water. The height here is 1, so this is a full block. And the height here is 0.65, so the water is eventually going to go over there. Very exciting. Also, we are going to finally generate more power, which is going to be very good for an industry, which was slightly starved due to my silly mistakes. Okay, this is becoming bluish, that's good. So I'm wondering if I shouldn't... You know what, for the time being, I'm going to go 0.75 here and go 1 height here. We're going to start evacuating the water over there because there's a lot of bad water here. And once this has actually turned blue, then we can turn the other way. What's being flooded? I suspect this, which should be fine. This usually floats a little bit when it fills. That's fine. Entirely fine. Aha, this is connected to the underground. So just have one thing left. Build, here we go. And so now this is connected to here, this is connected to here, and this whole thing is connected to here. Which means, of course, that this connection over here is not necessary anymore. Let me not mess it up. This. Yeah. Aha. I'm going to have to leave the vertical shaft here, I think. That's fine. That can be destroyed. That can be destroyed, and I'll have to check over here, but I think we should be able to remove it as well. This can be removed. That can be removed. Come on. And this can be removed. Look how much better this looks already. Yeah. We do have the power shaft still here, but we are working on the power shaft as well. I should kaboom that. No reason to keep this here. So let's check here. Can I... Does this go across? No, it does not. Why doesn't it not? Oop. Hang on. I clicked all over the place. Right. So I think here we should go below that, probably. So one below. I see one below. Thank you. And then we dig shaft right here. Perfect. And when we have that, we can extend this that way. Or actually, no. Forget that. Too late. Oh well, forget at least the ones you didn't dig yet. This can be backfilled, I think. This might be too late. Yeah. That's fine. We are going to dig one level lower. That way we connect directly here. At the correct level. You know? Okay, so here I can... Yep, it's going to complain about destroying the tube, but that's fine because I want a vertical tube. And well, I suppose this... This could be... It doesn't really matter. So I can just put a terrain block back. And a platform. It's going to help for installation of stuff. In case of floodings and stuff like that, you know. Better safe than sorry. Although, yeah, that's going to be the problem here. Is we're going to have to build it one by one here. We can't just tell them to dig it and let them dig. That's the problem of doing it like that. Unless I build the tube-way station just for that, but I don't know that it's worth it. Maybe just, you know, high priority everything here. And that way we can remove this one. And that's really gonna be most of them gone, right? We have a shaft here. Is this completed? Yes, it is. Really? I don't think there's anything left in here. Do? Let's not destroy accidentally. That. We can remove the path. Alright. And then we want cube ray all the way across. No, not all the way across. I lied. This wants to be a vertical shaft. Post-stream silliness completed. How is it going? It's going great. How is it going for you, Spud? Am I the proud owner of a mighty Beaveropolis? Eh, not too bad, not too bad. We're building the tube at the moment. We had aerial transport and we are building currently underground transport. So, you know, I think it's fairly advanced civilization, really. Like, we even have a poop dam. A whole poop dam. Isn't that really the ultimate proof of civilization? I've added a ton since you last saw, yeah, so... Today... What did we do today so far? We have irrigated that, which I think is going to become our coffee plantation. The irrigation channels below are basically following the path here. We have... what did I do? We have finished the shaft. We have finished the power tunnel. With all the water wheels. So you can see, like, look at all these water wheels. spinning and spinning and spinning. And they're pretty... that's quite a lot of power, actually. So yeah, we redirected everything over here in the water wheels. And then we noticed that initially, so we have a bad water source over here, and we have a clear water source somewhere in here. Where is it? Right here. We have a clear water source right here. And so we noticed that, hey, actually the bad water that we're pumping here, we're not pumping very efficiently, because we do need bad water to make explosives and extract and stuff like that. And so we wanted higher quality poop water, basically. We wanted pure bad water. And so we decided to make a dam for bad water. And when we made the dam for bad water, we noticed that, hey, no, we're separating the bad water right here from the clear water right here, right? And so this whole lake becomes clear water lake, which is a great thing. And secondly, there's a bad water source over here, which until very recently, until you came in basically, was going over here and like filling this whole thing basically all the way over here, where it rejoined with this bad water, right? And this bad water, what is it? Well, so right here you have the clear water from our city. Well, so this water, bad water, is a mixture of our clear water and of all the bad water we sent through the shaft, right? Oh, hang on. What did I do here? Oh, I put 075, didn't I? Yeah, that wouldn't work. Right. And so, yeah. Okay, this might be temporarily flooded. I think a potential reason is too much water going in there, because we just captured this bad water source and we redirected it fully inside here. So now we have basically twice as much water going in here. When we did that, we had a slight accident. We poured a lot of poopy water in the lake we'd already cleared. So right now I'm clearing the lake, but the project for this lake is not to continue going over here actually. It is to go back over there and to irrigate this whole thing with clear water. Wouldn't that be amazing? So right now I'm just flushing the toilet basically. Is what's going on. And what's going on in here? I just producing too much. I might be sending too much bad water here. Can I just close that? What's above here? Yeah, I'm going to real quick. Poof poof. Punk. We're going to put terrain blocks. Oh. Ah yes, there's there's path here. We're really quick going to put terrain blocks right here. So at least this water doesn't leak over here. And this time I'm going to reconnect the shaft. because I learn from my mistakes. And because I learn from my mistakes, this is high priority. Right, so I might have... What? Who's stranded? Oh my god, you're idiots. You're cute, but you're absolute idiots. Let me guess. You're below? Yep. Never trust a beaver with a construction project. Never. If there is a way to get blocked somewhere in there, they will. They will do that 200% of the time, all the time. You love watching me argue with beavers. I'm losing the argument, that's for sure. Come on, you're unblocked. No. That's an argument I can't freaking win. We good? We can remove that? Yes, we can. Thank you. For your cooperation. Cooperation being a very relative term in this case. I think it's not possible to get blocked, but I don't want to try. So, I'm going to pause that. Aha, aha. Okay, so that should be this and this entrance connected. Let's go. Subway station off. Where did I connect them? I forgot. Okay. So first of all, this is connected. Hey, Zeta! This stream's still going. Yeah, I really need to go to bed. Or at least go eat something, you know? That is something I've been saying I need to do for like an hour and a half. If not more. How are you doing, Zeta? Also, are you not in my shoutout list? I think you might not be. I might have forgotten to add you. Let me fix that real quick. Because I see that the bot is not giving you a shoutout, and that's unconscionable. Hey, friendly streamers. Wait, no, that's not the right place to look. Yay, just like that. Yay. And no, I need to manually give you one for this time. Yay! Next time it will be automatic. Perfect. Everybody's going to sleep, but you're finally so happy the temperature is livable. Yeah. Although today was not too bad over here. It wasn't that bad today. All things considered. Okay, so where is it connected over here? Okay, right here. Right. And so this... Ah, I see. There are leftovers over here. Okay, perfect. So this is going downstairs. I suppose this can still be connected together. But this really doesn't need to anymore, I believe. Because if we go look downstairs, now we have poof, and we go back up here. I suppose we would need something to come back up here, wouldn't we? Yeah, we need to connect this station to the network. Where's the line? The line is over here, I believe. So below that. That is not true. The line... My god. What am I doing? E? What? If you could take any game mechanic from any other colony sim management game and add it to this, what would this be? That's something I've talked a little bit about. It would be a better ability to see the evolution of your storage. Because like you see the amount you have in storage of each items, right? You see, oh, I have like 1200 cornations in storage. That's great. But if I see, oh, I have 500 fermented mushrooms in storage, I don't know if it's, oh, it's increasing, or if it's, oh, it's decreasing, or if it's more or less stable over time, so that's fine, you know? So that's what I really like to see, or like to be able to see, hey, it's decreasing rapidly at this time, so I need to do something stat, you know? So yeah, that would help a lot to be able to see better what's going on, basically. That's a problem. I'm shoving too much water on there. Okay, so this is cleared, right? The lake is cleared here, so here we can go 065. More graphs, yes, basically. Oh, graphs altogether, like there are no graphs at the moment, that's the problem. There are figures, but there are no graphs. An easier way to forecast. Yeah, exactly. And to be able to see if you're in trouble or if things are going fine or if you're recovering from something, that kind of stuff. That's something I feel most colony management, well, most like city building management games that are logistics oriented miss a lot of the time is giving you data. If you're going to make me do logistics, I like it, I enjoy it, but please give me the data to be able to make decisions. Because otherwise I'm just having to make decisions blind and that's no fun. Okay, and so now we have the water going back down here and slowly rewatering all this river. With clear water this time instead of polluted water. Nice. And this goes better because now I have 2 water sources instead of 3. And so this hasn't flooded, that's perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. This is connected and these are both connected. So this is a pathway that can be removed. That can't be removed. And yeah, what I want to try to understand here, or what I'd like to understand, is what to do with these shenanigans. Where does this go? This goes below, and like this whole thing is a nightmare. So for example, aha. Yeah, so I think here, if I take this, and I start digging below, I can reconnect probably... down there. Yes, perfect. Absolutely perfect. You hope the beavers behave. The beavers never behave. The beavers never behave. Their behavior is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Oh my god. If anything, that proves how much I need to go to bed. I start making bad puns when I'm tired. Aha, aha. Perfect. You connected underground, yes, that's right. I might... I might do something silly here. But you see, it's very important to have the items flow from the top to the industrial area. So I might just do that. Like this, possibly, even. And have a tube go underground here. Ooh. Oh, this goes all the way. Perfect. So, we destroy that. Yes, yes. Good. And then we rebuild it in our image. AKA as giant statues of beavers. And then... yes, so... we're going to have to destroy this whole column and rebuild it. That's okay, I suppose. Is that okay? Yes. High priority. Of course, of course. Which means we also need to scrap that real quick and rebuild it while we're here. Because we need the building connected, that makes sense. And then we rebuild the whole tubeway. Just like that. And this whole thing is high priority. Of course, of course. What are we doing down here? Not quite ready. Almost. Last one. Last one, last one. They don't want it, huh? Ah. Right, so. This is gonna be vertical tube raise all the way from the bottom to the building, and then well, I suppose we might just have some power shafts above. And so this can be disconnected. This and this can be removed. No need for these platforms either. And of course, all of that means no need for any of this. Well, I suppose that's not entirely true. There is a slight need for this. So let me put back tubes, where? What is this? It's just a platform. It's just a platform above nothing, so we can have, I suppose, vertical tube rays here and one tube ray here. Until I connect the one thing on the other side that I haven't connected to everything else. So like there's this station that's connected to here. So I suppose that's fair. All of that is incredibly important to do fast. I suppose this can stay. That's okay. But this whole thing here really doesn't need to be here anymore. Because you can go underground for all of that. Basically. Can't you? Yeah. So. Poof. I can remove this. Of course, I get beavers that get trapped over there. So I'm just going to destroy the ground under their feet. Just to teach them a lesson. Perfect. That's so much cleaner already. Also, this doesn't need to exist anymore. And I have questions about the very concept of this station here. It was initially here just to bring beavers to the underground, but there's no beavers going underground anymore. Well, not from the surface anyway. I filled the hole. So, you know, that helps. What else? Let's go. Oh my, that's so much cleaner already. We haven't even touched the power shafts yet, which we will. by the way. I'm going to have to destroy that and rebuild it. Power shaft. It should be fine, hopefully. I'm not sure it's going to be able to reach, which is annoying. A drought approaching. Ooh. Yeah, of course it's not able to reach. Why would it be able to reach, right? Why a beaver would ever be able to reach? So let's look at this here in daylight. So the lake is nice and clean over here. This is unflooded, and here we have re-watered with clean water. This whole area, this is clean. Up until it goes in there and mixes with this. And here we have a fairly large river when we reach down here. Which makes sense. Alright. Oh my god. Yeah, I love that. This whole city has just become so much nicer to look at. Like, look at this. Well, there's a bunch of rubble everywhere, right? But... oh yeah, right, I have a tube ray still here, which I think we can probably do away with in relatively quick order. We haven't done much over here. And of course we haven't done much over here, but that's the edges of the city, right? But now the core of the city is mostly clear of tube rays, and I love that. At least of above ground tube rays. There is of course underground tube rays going everywhere. We should probably also at some point connect this. And like, we have some here and there, but not too many. That's the important point. It's not full of tube rays crisscrossing everywhere. Okay, love it. Absolutely amazing. I think we did a good job today. Should I do that one last? Let me see. Is this all dug out? No, it's not. So we still need to take care about that. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Right. So we are not going to do that tonight, because it's already super late. I think we did a good job today. We have re-irrigated this, we have developed mushroom, hydroponics mushroom and algae productions. That's also something I didn't mention earlier. We have sent underground the tuberay for most of the city. We have made a bad water dam, we have rehabilitated this lake and all the waterways all the way down to the last fork in this part of the map, which I think is a great achievement. So yeah, we've done a lot of very good things, I think. And of course we've finished the tunnel over here. Like, look at this, we're producing so much power. 14,000 horsepower during the day. We can probably even just pause most of these. Right? We have 2 engines running and we're still energy positive. And we can keep up with all the engines running, which we are going to leave, because it means that during droughts, things work better. So yeah, we've made a huge amount of progress. We've reached happiness 23, where, you know, basically, like, we're providing most of the colony with all the foods except for coffee yet. We need to work a little bit on more fun stuff. More social life, a lot of aesthetics and all. But yeah, we've done good, I think. And so that's going to be us for today. Why are beavers contaminated? I suppose it has something to do with what happened over there. Yeah, that's gonna be us for today. We are going to raid somebody, so don't flee right now. Don't flee yet. Oh, we are going to raid Otuno, who is playing Expedition 33. I love to see him play that, so that's absolutely where we are going. I know it's a very different style of game, but you know, you do what you have to do. Yeah, it's high time I raid. I'm starting to have some asthma. So yes, let me launch the raid. Thank you once again, everybody, for joining me today. I had a blast. I hope you did as well.